Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The moment my car sputtered to a halt on the deserted stretch of highway, a primal dread seized me. But when a seemingly good Samaritan pulled over to offer help, a chilling realization dawned. Sometimes, the true danger isn't being stranded, it's being rescued by the wrong person. My name's Valerie, and I've always prided myself on being fiercely independent and utterly self-reliant. So, when my ancient Subaru began to cough and sputter halfway through my cross-country road trip, I was convinced I could handle it. I mean, how hard could it be to limp to the next town and find a mechanic? Turns out, agonizingly hard, when your vehicle decides to violently give up the ghost in the desolate heart of rural Wyoming. It was just past sunset, that eerie, suspended twilight when the world seemed caught between the fading warmth of day and the encroaching grip of night. The road stretched out endlessly in both directions, a ribbon of asphalt bordered by nothing but endless prairie and the skeletal remains of long abandoned barns as far as the eye could see. I popped the hood and glared at the engine, willing it to magically reveal its secrets, but let's be real, I wouldn't know a carburetor from a catalytic converter if my life depended on it. And as the darkness deepened, plunging the landscape into an inky abyss, and the temperature plummeted, a terrifying worry began to gnaw at me. I checked my phone for the millionth time, still no signal, of course. Just as I was contemplating the sheer madness of starting to walk, even though I had no idea which direction would lead me to civilization, I saw headlights approaching in the distance. A wave of profound relief washed over me. Finally, someone who could help. I waved my arms frantically, feeling a bit silly but desperate enough not to care. The vehicle, a massive pickup truck, slowed as it approached. It pulled over about 20 feet behind my car, its headlights brutally illuminating the scene in harsh white light. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, emerged, wearing a worn flannel shirt and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. "Car trouble?" he called out, his voice friendly enough, but with a subtle, disquieting edge. I nodded, a sudden, inexplicable unease stirring within me, though I couldn't pinpoint why. "Yeah, it just died on me. I don't suppose you know anything about cars?" He chuckled, drawing closer. "I might know a thing or two. Mind if I take a look?" I instinctively stepped back, gesturing towards the open hood. As he leaned in to examine the engine, I caught a faint, unsettling whiff of something, alcohol. From this closer distance, I could see his eyes were slightly bloodshot. "Looks like your alternator's shot," he declared after a moment, straightening up and wiping his hands on his jeans. "You're not going anywhere tonight, I'm afraid." My heart sank, a leaden weight in my chest. "Oh, no. Is there a town nearby where I could get it towed?" He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Nearest town's about 40 miles that away. But don't you worry, pretty lady, I'd be happy to give you a ride there." It was there again, that nagging, insidious feeling that something was profoundly wrong. His smile was a little too wide, his eyes a little too intense. "Oh, that's very kind of you," I said, desperately stalling for time. "But I wouldn't want to impose." Maybe I could just call for a tow truck? No cell service out here, he said, taking a step closer, his presence suddenly overwhelming. Come on, don't be shy. I don't bite. He grinned, and in the harsh glare of the headlights, it looked less like a smile and more like a predatory leer. I took an involuntary step back, a cold dread creeping up my spine. I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll wait for another car to come by. My boyfriend is expecting me, you see. He'll be worried if I don't show up soon. The man's expression subtly shifted, just for a fleeting second, a flash of disappointment, then raw, cold anger. It was gone so quickly I thought I might have imagined it. Boyfriend, huh? He said, his tone still light, but with an unmistakable undercurrent that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Well, we wouldn't want to keep him waiting, would we? Are you sure I can't persuade you to accept a ride from old Hank? It's mighty cold out here. I forced a brittle smile, trying to keep my voice steady, to project a confidence I didn't feel. I'm sure. But thank you. I'll be fine. He stood there for a long moment, simply looking at me, his gaze unnervingly piercing. I fought the overwhelming urge to shrink back, to bolt. Something in his eyes made me feel like prey, meticulously sized up by a patient predator. Finally, he shrugged. Suit yourself. But here, let me at least check if I've got any tools that might help. Before I could protest, he turned and walked back to his truck. I watched, my heart hammering against my ribs, as he opened the passenger side door and leaned in. That's when I saw it. In the cab of his truck, starkly illuminated by the interior light, was a chilling collection of items, rope, duct tape, and what looked terrifyingly like a hunting knife. In that precise moment, I knew, with absolute, soul-shattering certainty, that if I got into that truck, I would never be seen again. Hank straightened up, turning back towards me with something glinting in his hand. I didn't wait to see what it was. I ran. I heard him shout behind me, his voice no longer friendly, but filled with a savage, unbridled rage. The thunder of heavy footsteps told me he was in pursuit. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs screaming, my legs pumping, but where was I running to? There was nothing out here but endless fields and impenetrable darkness. I veered off the paved road, hoping the uneven terrain would slow him down, but I could hear him crashing relentlessly through the tall prairie grass behind me, getting closer, closer. Just when I thought my legs would simply give out, I saw it, an old, dilapidated barn, its weathered frame a darker silhouette against the inky night sky. It was my only desperate chance. I put on a final, desperate burst of speed, reaching the barn just as I heard Hank's labored, ragged breathing right behind me. I yanked the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and fumbling frantically for a lock, a latch, anything. There was nothing. The old door didn't even fit properly in its frame anymore. I backed away, my eyes darting frantically, desperately searching for a place to hide. The barn was mostly empty, just some ancient farm equipment and piles of moldy hay. The door burst open, and there was Hank, a monstrous silhouette against the night sky. His cap was gone, his hair wild, and in his hand was that wicked-looking knife, its blade glinting ominously. Now why'd you have to go and do that? He panted, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying mixture of rage and perverse excitement. We could have had such a nice time together. I grabbed the nearest object, an old, rusty pitchfork, and held it out in front of me. its prongs a desperate barrier. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice shaking uncontrollably despite my best efforts. "I swear I'll use this." He laughed, a chilling, guttural sound that echoed menacingly in the empty barn. "Feisty. I like that. Makes it more fun." He lunged forward, faster than I would have thought possible for a man of his size. I swung the pitchfork, more out of pure, primal reflex than any real plan. By some miraculous twist of fate, it connected. Hank howled in pain as one of the tines brutally scraped across his face, drawing a sickening line of blood. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. I bolted past him, back out into the night, but where could I go? My car was useless, and I was stranded in the middle of absolute nowhere. As I ran, a memory surfaced, a fragment from an old episode of some true crime show. It said that if you were being chased, you should run towards lights, towards civilization. I searched the horizon desperately. There, in the far distance, a faint, flickering glow. It could be a farmhouse, a gas station, anything. It was my only, desperate hope. I ran towards it, ignoring the agonizing burning in my lungs, the throbbing ache in my legs. Behind me, I could hear Hank crashing violently through the fields, cursing loudly, his pursuit unrelenting. The light grew brighter as I got closer. I realized it was a house. A real, normal-looking house, with a welcoming porch light on and a car in the driveway. I used the last reserves of my strength to sprint towards it, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Help! Please! Somebody help me!" The porch light flickered on, and the front door opened. An elderly couple peered out, looks of confusion slowly transforming into stark alarm as they saw me running towards them, followed by the hulking, enraged figure of Hank. "Call the police!" I gasped as I reached them. "Please. He's trying to kill me." The old man didn't hesitate. He ushered me inside and slammed the door, locking it securely. His wife was already frantically on the phone with 911. We watched through the window as Hank reached the very edge of their property. He stood there for a moment, staring at the house with undisguised, venomous fury. Then, as the faint wail of sirens began to echo in the distance, he turned and ran, vanishing back towards the desolate road. The police arrived a few minutes later, but Hank and his truck were long gone. They took my statement and put out an APB, but I knew the chances of catching him were slim. As I sat on the old couple's couch, wrapped in a warm blanket and sipping lukewarm tea with shaking hands, the chilling reality of what had almost happened began to sink in. If I had accepted that ride, if I hadn't seen the terrifying contents of his truck, if I hadn't found that barn or this blessed house, it's been 6 months since that night. They never caught Hank, though there have been disturbing reports of similar incidents in other states. I still have nightmares sometimes, vivid, terrifying replays, and I find myself looking over my shoulder far more often than I'd like to admit. But I also find myself profoundly appreciating life more. Every single day feels like a precious gift, a second chance I nearly didn't get. I'm more cautious now, yes, but also more acutely aware of the genuine kindness of strangers, the real kindness, not the false, predatory friendliness. So, if you're ever stranded on a dark, lonely road and someone stops to help, trust your instincts. If something, anything, feels off, it probably is. It's always better to be alone than in the wrong company. And remember, Sometimes the real heroes aren't the ones who offer a ride, but the ones who bravely open their doors to a stranger in dire need. Be safe out there. The world can be a truly dangerous place, but it's also full of good people. The trick is learning, with a survivalist's keen instinct, to tell the terrifying difference. Story 2. I never thought a routine open house would lead me straight into a nightmare. But as the cold steel of a knife pressed against my throat, I realized that sometimes, the most dangerous journeys begin with a simple welcome to your new home. My name's Julia, and I've been selling houses in the serene, tree-lined suburbs of Willow Creek for over a decade. I truly believed I'd seen it all: fussy buyers nitpicking at paint colors, insidious hidden structural problems, even the occasional whimsical tale of a resident ghost. But absolutely nothing, not a single moment of my seasoned career, could have prepared me for what unfolded that deceptively sunny Saturday afternoon. The house on Elmwood Lane had languished on the market for months, a grand old Victorian, all gabled roofs and intricate woodwork, but with a lingering, whispered reputation. The previous owners, I'd been assured, had passed away there from natural causes, a phrase delivered with a little too much emphasis, enough to subtly deter most potential buyers. Still, I was determined. I decided to host an open house, hoping to inject some much-needed interest. As I unlocked the ornate front door that morning, a quiet sense of resignation settled over me. It was going to be a long, uneventful day. The first few hours were precisely as I'd expected: a couple of casually curious neighbors, a young family clearly just browsed with wide-eyed children, and an older gentleman who seemed more captivated by the historical architecture than any actual intent to purchase. By late afternoon, the house was empty save for me. I was idly scrolling through my phone, considering the sweet relief of packing up early. That's when he walked in. He was tall, impeccably dressed, and possessed a charming, disarming smile that instantly put me at ease. "Am I too late for the open house?" he inquired smoothly, glancing at his expensive watch. "Not at all," I replied, effortlessly slipping into my practiced professional persona. "I was just about to close up, but I'd be happy to show you around." As we toured the sprawling house, he asked all the right questions, the kind that betrayed a genuine, meticulous interest about the foundational integrity, the intricate wiring, the detailed history of the property. He seemed particularly engrossed by the basement, commenting on its surprising spaciousness and the sturdy, heavy lock on its unassuming door. "Privacy is very important to me," he explained with a subtle wink, a seemingly innocuous comment that, in retrospect, sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't until we reached the master bedroom on the second floor that a prickle of genuine unease began to creep up my neck. He stood squarely in the doorway, a silent, imposing blockade to my exit, his eyes slowly scanning the room with an intensity that felt utterly predatory. "This is perfect," he murmured, his voice a low, chilling purr. "Absolutely perfect." I forced a brittle smile, trying desperately to keep my voice steady, to project an air of calm I profoundly did not feel. "Shall we head back downstairs? I can give you some information about making an offer, if you're interested." He turned to me then, and the look in his eyes made my blood run cold. The charming facade was utterly gone, replaced by something ancient, predatory, calculating. "Oh, I'm definitely interested," he said, his voice low but now devoid of any warmth, a chilling flat line. "But not in buying the house." My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I needed to get out. fast. Well, if you're not looking to buy, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. I have another appointment soon." He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that scraped against my nerves. "No, you don't. I've been watching this house. And watching you. I know you're alone here." I tried to push past him, but he was terrifyingly faster. In one fluid, brutal motion, he grabbed my arm and shoved me roughly back into the room. I heard the sickening click of a lock, and my panic surged, an icy wave. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaking uncontrollably despite my fierce efforts to maintain composure. He smiled then, and it was the most terrifying thing I had ever witnessed, a slow, deliberate unveiling of pure, unadulterated malice. "I want to play a game. This big, empty house, it's the perfect playground, don't you think?" I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. But the room, impeccably staged for the open house, offered nothing, no personal effects, nothing heavy or sharp. "People will be looking for me," I asserted, trying to inject more confidence into my voice than I felt. "My office knows I'm here." He shook his head, almost sadly, a mocking lament. "No, they don't. You were going to leave early, remember? No one's expecting to hear from you until Monday." My blood ran cold as the horrifying realization hit me. He was absolutely right. I had told my boss I might close up early if foot traffic was slow. No one would miss me for days. "Now," he said, pulling a wicked, gleaming knife from his jacket pocket, its blade catching the dim afternoon light. "Shall we begin?" What followed was the most utterly terrifying game of cat and mouse I have ever, and will ever, experience. I managed to dodge past him and burst out of the master bedroom, but I quickly, chillingly, realized I was trapped. He had locked and somehow blocked the ornate front door, and every single window was sealed shut, a charming original feature that I had so blithely praised to potential buyers just hours earlier. I ran from room to room, a frantic, desperate blur, trying to find any conceivable way out, all the while hearing his deliberate footsteps, his taunting voice, come out, wherever you are," he called, as if this was all some twisted, macabre game of hide and seek. At one agonizing point, I thought I had outsmarted him. I squeezed myself into a narrow hall closet, holding my breath, my heart a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, as I heard him walk slowly past. But just as I was about to breathe a sigh of profound relief, the door flew open. He had been waiting, utterly silent, for me to relax. I screamed, a raw, primal sound, and shoved past him, my fear lending me a surge of impossible strength I didn't know I possessed. I ran for the stairs, my only thought to get to the second floor, to find the room with a window I could somehow shatter. I made it to the guest bedroom and slammed the door shut, frantically wedging a heavy, antique armchair under the handle. I could hear him coming up the stairs, his footsteps slow and chillingly deliberate. He knew I had nowhere left to go. With shaking, fumbling hands, I tried to open the window. It was painted shut, decades of layers sealing it firmly in place. I looked around desperately for something, anything, to break the glass. That's when I saw it, an old fireplace poker, leaning innocuously against the decorative, non-functional fireplace. I grabbed it, its cold metal surprisingly heavy in my trembling grip, just as the door began to splinter under his sustained assault. "You're only making this harder on yourself," he called through the widening crack in the door, his voice laced with chilling patience. Why don't you just accept it? No one's coming to save you. But as he finally burst through the shattered door, splintered wood flying, I was ready. I swung the poker with all my desperate might, connecting squarely with his head. He went down hard, the knife clattering to the floor with a metallic ring. I didn't wait, didn't dare to see if he was truly out cold. I ran past his prone form, down the stairs, my heart pounding so violently I thought it might burst from my chest. I made it to the front door and frantically yanked on the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I could hear him groaning upstairs, beginning to stir. In a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a heavy, bronze candlestick from the entryway table and smashed it with brutal force against the small window pane in the door. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, and I reached through, not caring as the jagged edges brutally cut into my arm. I managed to unlock the door just as I heard him stumbling, cursing, down the stairs. I burst out onto the porch, screaming for help at the absolute top of my lungs. A neighbor, out walking his small terrier, saw me and immediately, heroically, dialed 911. Within minutes, the quiet, idyllic street was transformed, awash in the blinding strobes of police cars and the piercing wail of ambulances. They caught him trying to escape through the backyard. It turned out he was a serial attacker, wanted in 3 states for similar, horrific assaults. The police found chilling evidence in his car that suggested I wasn't his first target, and I certainly, terrifyingly, wouldn't have been his last. The aftermath was a blur of sterile hospital visits, grim police statements, and agonizing therapy sessions. I couldn't sleep for weeks, jumping at every subtle sound, his monstrous face leering at me every time I dared to close my eyes. It's been 2 years since that day. I don't work in real estate anymore. I simply couldn't face the thought of being alone in empty houses, each one now a potential trap. But slowly, painfully, I'm rebuilding my life. I've become an ardent advocate for realtor safety, speaking at conferences and relentlessly pushing for better protections for agents working alone. Sometimes, I still drive past that house on Elmwood Lane. It's occupied now, a young family bringing new, vibrant life to the old rooms. They don't know what happened there, and I pray they never have to. I often think about how horrifyingly close I came to being another statistic, another mysterious disappearance. If I hadn't found that fireplace poker. If the neighbor hadn't been walking his dog at that exact, serendipitous moment. But I try not to dwell on the what-ifs. Instead, I choose to focus on the invaluable, hard-won lessons I learned. Trust your instincts. Always, without fail, have an escape plan. And never, ever underestimate the raw, unyielding strength you have hidden deep inside you, even in the most terrifying, seemingly hopeless moments. To my fellow realtors out there, please, be careful. That charming, impeccably dressed potential buyer might not be what they seem. Always let someone know precisely where you are. Consider bringing a trusted colleague to open houses. It might seem like overkill, a fussiness, but believe me, it's infinitely better to be overly cautious than to find yourself living a waking nightmare. And to everyone else, remember that true bravery isn't about not being afraid. It's about confronting that paralyzing fear and fighting through it. We're all far stronger than we know. Sometimes it just takes a life or death situation to brutally force us to realize it. I survived that day on Elmwood Lane. I outsmarted a killer. And I lived to tell the tale. It's not a story I ever wanted to possess, but it's irrevocably mine. And if sharing it can help keep even one person safe, then perhaps, just perhaps, some good can ultimately emerge from that terrifying game of cat and mouse in an empty house on a sunny Saturday afternoon. Story 3. The day we moved into our dream home, a deep sense of peace settled over me. I never imagined we'd be sharing it with the relentless nightmares of its past. But as the very walls seemed to whisper their chilling secrets and shadows moved of their own malevolent accord, we realized that some houses never truly let go of their former occupants. My name's Amelia, and my husband, David, and I had been relentlessly searching for the perfect family home for what felt like an eternity when we stumbled upon the majestic old Victorian Blackwood Manor. It seemed impossibly good to be true. Sprawling, luminous rooms, a vast, verdant backyard perfect for the children, and a price tag that was shockingly, surprisingly within our budget. We were so utterly excited, we barely registered the real estate agent's hurried, almost breathless explanation about the previous owner's somewhat hasty departure. The first few weeks were an absolute idyll, a blissful haze of domesticity. We painted vibrant colors on the walls, lovingly arranged our cherished furniture, and slowly began the joyful process of making the house truly our own. Our two bright-eyed kids, Lily and Tom, were absolutely thrilled with their spacious new rooms and the magnificent, ancient treehouse nestled deep in the backyard. It truly felt like we'd finally discovered our forever sanctuary, our eternal home. But then, little things, almost imperceptible at first, started happening. At first, they were easy to casually dismiss, a distant door softly closing on its own accord, cherished objects not quite where we'd meticulously left them. We'd laugh it off, attributing it to collective forgetfulness or merely the charming, peculiar quirks of a grand old house. It was about a month after we'd moved in that these minor oddities took a sharp, terrifying turn for the unsettling. I was in the kitchen, contentedly preparing dinner, when a distinct sound, like heavy, deliberate footsteps, echoed from upstairs, moving slowly from room to room. "David?" I called out, assuming he'd miraculously come home early from work. There was no response. A growing sense of profound unease tightened its icy grip on me with each step as I slowly climbed the grand staircase. The entire second floor was eerily empty, all the doors precisely closed. As I stood there, utterly puzzled, a child's faint, playful laughter drifted from somewhere directly behind me. I whirled around, expecting to see Lily or Tom, but the long, silent hallway was utterly empty. That night, I cautiously mentioned it to David. He looked visibly concerned, but, ever the pragmatist, tried to rationalize it away. "Old houses make weird noises, Amelia. It's probably just settling, a trick of the old wood." But the unsettling incidents relentlessly continued to pile up. Lily began to complain about someone whispering her name when she was left alone in her room, a phantom voice in the quiet. Tom's cherished toys would be inexplicably arranged in strange, disturbing patterns when we woke up in the mornings. And more than once, I caught fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures just at the periphery of my vision, always, frustratingly, vanishing the instant I turned my head to look directly. It all culminated one violently stormy night, roughly 2 months after our joyous move-in. A deafening thunderclap ripped through the silence, jolting me from a fitful, shallow sleep. As a blinding flash of lightning momentarily illuminated the room, I saw a terrifying figure standing motionless at the foot of our bed. It was a woman, her face gaunt and spectral, her eyes utterly hollow, staring directly and intensely at me. I screamed, a guttural sound of pure terror, startling David wide awake. But when he frantically switched on the bedside lamp, she was gone, vanished into thin air. Shaken to our very core, we rushed to check on the children. Lily was sitting bolt upright in her bed, tears streaming relentlessly down her face. The sad lady was here again, she whimpered, her voice eerily calm, yet profoundly disturbing. She said we need to leave before they come back. That was the absolute final straw, a breaking point from which there was no return. The very next morning, consumed by a desperate urgency, we began to feverishly research the true history of the house. What we unearthed chilled us to the bone, a horrifying narrative of tragedy and disappearance. The previous owners, the Blackwoods, had vanished without a trace 3 years prior. The case had long since gone cold, but there were persistent, unnerving whispers of strange occurrences within the manor, of the family's escalating, debilitating paranoia in the terrifying weeks before their abrupt disappearance. Digging even deeper, we uncovered a chilling, repetitive pattern. Every single family that had resided in the house for the past century had either moved out abruptly under mysterious circumstances or met with unimaginable tragedy, bizarre accidents, unexplained disappearances, sudden, inexplicable illnesses. Blackwood Manor, it seemed, was a relentless magnet for misfortune. We were frantically debating our next desperate move when Tom came running excitedly into the room, his young eyes wide with a disturbing, unnatural exhilaration. "I made new friends," he exclaimed, his voice bright. "They live in the walls and they want to play hide and seek." An icy, suffocating dread ran through me. "Tom, honey, what do you mean they live in the walls?" He pointed a small, innocent finger to a tiny, innocuous vent near the floor, one I'd never given a second thought to before. "They come out from there. They're funny looking, but they're nice." They said they've been waiting for someone to play with for a long time. David and I exchanged profoundly worried glances, our hearts sinking into a chasm of terror. That night, after we had finally managed to lull the children to sleep, we decided to investigate, armed with our flashlights and a healthy, trembling dose of sheer terror. We approached the vent Tom had pointed out. David unscrewed it carefully, his hands shaking slightly, revealing a gaping, impenetrable dark space beyond. As he shone his powerful flashlight into the ominous opening, we both gasped, a choked, simultaneous sound of pure horror. There, stretching before us, was a narrow, claustrophobic passageway, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. Should we? I hesitated, a profound, primal fear battling fiercely with an agonizing, insatiable curiosity. David nodded grimly, his face pale and resolute. "We need to know what we're truly dealing with here." He went first, squeezing his broad shoulders into the tight, suffocating space. I followed, my heart pounding so violently I was certain whatever unseen horrors lurked within would hear it. The passage twisted and turned with a malevolent will of its own, leading us deeper, irrevocably deeper, into the very bowels of the ancient house. The air grew stale, thick with the scent of decay, and I could swear I heard faint, insidious whispers echoing mockingly around us. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the passage abruptly opened up into a small, suffocating room. As our flashlight beam frantically swept the horrifying space, I had to violently stifle a scream. The walls were grotesquely covered in unsettling drawings, crude, childlike sketches depicting people screaming in silent agony, of dark, malevolent figures looming menacingly over them. And in the absolute, chilling center of the room was a macabre collection of objects, forgotten toys, tarnished jewelry, old, worn wallets, things that must have belonged to the previous, ill-fated occupants of the house. But what truly made my blood run instantly cold, freezing in my veins, was the fresh crayon drawing, pinned almost carelessly to one wall. It depicted our family, David, me, Lily, and Tom, surrounded by smiling, sinister stick figures. Underneath, scrawled in a child's unsteady hand, were the two most terrifying words I have ever read: new friends to play with forever. We scrambled out of there with a frantic, desperate speed, our minds reeling in a vortex of pure terror. What were we going to do? We knew, with absolute certainty, that we couldn't stay another moment. But who, in God's name, would ever believe us if we dared to tell them the unvarnished truth? As we emerged from the vent, covered in dust and profoundly shaken, we found Lily and Tom standing motionless in the hallway, their eyes wide, vacant, and terrifyingly unfocused. "They're coming," Lily said, her young voice eerily calm, detached, and absolutely chilling. "They want us to join them." Suddenly, the entire house erupted, coming malevolently alive with a cacophony of terrifying noises, violent banging on the very walls, incessant scratching sounds emanating from deep inside the vents, and a chilling chorus of whispers that seemed to emanate from every conceivable direction at once. We didn't stop to gather a single possession. Frantically grabbing the children, we ran for our car, the horrifying, unearthly sounds of chaos pursuing us relentlessly. As we violently peeled out of the driveway, I risked one last, terrified glance back at the house. In every single window, I could clearly see faces, dozens of them, pale and distorted, pressed impossibly against the glass, watching us leave, their expressions a silent, malevolent promise. We drove through the long, terrifying night, never stopping, never even pausing, until we were several states away. We had left absolutely everything behind: our cherished possessions, our secure jobs, our entire former lives. But we had each other, clutched in a desperate, fragile embrace, and we were, miraculously, safe. That, in the grand, terrifying scheme of things, was all that truly mattered. It's been a year since that night. We've managed to start over, painstakingly rebuilding our lives in a completely new town, in a brand new house, a freshly built one, utterly devoid of any history, and mercifully, with no hidden passages in its pristine walls. But sometimes, I still wake up in the oppressive middle of the night, convinced, with a chilling certainty, that I can hear faint, insidious whispers seeping from the air vents, or catch fleeting glimpses of dark shadows moving just beyond the reach of my sight. We never reported what transpired to the authorities. Who, after all, would ever truly believe our fantastical, terrifying tale? But I often find myself agonizingly thinking about that house on Cedar Creek Drive, still standing, eternally waiting, still hungrily searching for its next unsuspecting family. I can't help but wonder about the Blackwoods, and all the other ill-fated souls who came before us. Are they still imprisoned there, eternally trapped within the very walls, forever seeking new, innocent playmates? I've learned, through the crucible of terror, that some houses are far more than just mere wood and nails. Some possess a malevolent, living hunger of their own, a profound, insatiable craving that can never, ever be truly satisfied. And sometimes, The most terrifying monsters are not the mythical beasts of folklore, but the ones we unknowingly invite into the very sanctity of our homes, naively believing we're the ones moving in, when in horrifying reality, we're the ones being slowly, systematically consumed. So, if you're ever house hunting, and you stumble upon a place that seems impossibly good to be true, a perfect location, an unbelievably low price, but with a history that feels just a little too vague, a little too conveniently unmentioned, think twice. Listen intently to the very walls themselves. Watch the shadows, for they may hold more than just darkness. Because you never truly know who, or, more terrifyingly, what you might be unknowingly sharing your dream home with. And if you ever hear faint, insidious whispers in the dead of night, or catch fleeting, unsettling movement out of the corner of your wary eye, for the love of all that is holy, do not ignore it. Do not, under any circumstances, try to rationalize it away. Sometimes, the smartest, most profoundly life-saving thing you can do is run, to flee in utter desperation, leaving absolutely everything behind. Because some things, your precious family, your sanity, your very soul, are worth infinitely more than any house, no matter how perfect it seems. We were undeniably lucky. We escaped before it was irrevocably too late. But I often find myself wondering, with a lingering chill, about the next unsuspecting family that will inevitably move into that beautiful, cursed house on Cedar Creek Drive. Will they too hear the chilling whispers? Will they too see the malevolent shadows? Or will they simply become just another tragic set of faces, pressed hopelessly against the darkened windows, eternally watching and waiting for new, innocent friends to join them in the impenetrable, suffocating darkness of the walls? Story 4. The Grand Library was supposed to be a sanctuary of quiet, a hushed haven for scholarship. But the whispers I overheard that night, echoing from unseen depths, were anything but peaceful. What I discovered in that hidden, forbidden room violently reshaped everything I thought I knew about reality, shattering the very foundations of my understanding. I've always been an inveterate night owl, thriving in the profound stillness of the late hours, which is precisely why the graveyard shift at Miskatonic University's venerable Elderwood Library suited me perfectly. The pay wasn't exactly princely, a meager wage that barely covered tuition, but the profound solitude it afforded me provided ample time to diligently chip away at my seemingly endless thesis, all while keeping a watchful, weary eye on the occasional rowdy student pulling a caffeine-fueled all-nighter. Plus, there was a strange, comforting serenity in being perpetually surrounded by such an immense, ancient accumulation of knowledge, even if most of it merely gathered dust on rarely touched, forgotten shelves. It was a Tuesday night, or, more accurately, Wednesday morning, technically, when the very fabric of my world began to unravel. The library was utterly empty, save for a couple of intrepid grad students, long since passed out amidst towering stacks of books in the far corner, their research forgotten. I was making my usual, quiet rounds, meticulously reshelving misplaced tomes and straightening askew chairs, when a faint, ethereal glow, an impossible shimmer, caught my eye. It was emanating from directly behind one of the towering bookshelves in the ancient history section. Now, I knew every single inch of this library, every dusty alcove, every forgotten nook. And there was definitively, absolutely, no supposed light source back there. Curiosity, a dangerous, irresistible current, surged through me, overpowering my apprehension. I made my way over, the soft carpet muffling my footsteps, my heart quickening with each silent stride. As I drew closer, I realized the light was not a lamp, not a bulb, but a living, pulsating luminescence, seeping through a narrow, almost invisible crack between the massive shelving unit and the cold stone wall. Had some absent-minded student left a flashlight on? But no. The quality of the light was all wrong. It pulsed and shifted, a living, breathing entity, casting eerie, grotesque shadows that seemed to move and writhe of their own malevolent accord. I ran my trembling hand along the rough, worn edge of the bookshelf, feeling desperately for anything out of place. To my utter surprise, my fingers snagged on a small, cleverly hidden latch, almost imperceptible to the casual glance. With a soft, mechanical click, the entire shelf, ponderous and ancient, swung inward like a secret door, revealing a narrow, dust-choked passageway beyond. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, terrified drumbeat, as I peered into the unexpected opening. This, I knew with a chilling certainty, was not on any of the library floor plans I'd ever seen. The rational part of my brain, the part that clung desperately to normalcy, screamed at me to close it up, to immediately call campus security, to dismiss it all as an elaborate prank. But a stronger, more primal, more insistent part of me, fueled by an insatiable, terrifying curiosity, urged me forward. I'd always been too curious for my own good, a fatal flaw. Swallowing hard, my throat suddenly dry as dust, I stepped into the suffocating darkness of the passageway. The air was thick and musty, heavy with the scent of untold ages, with an underlying aroma I couldn't quite place, something ancient, something vaguely metallic, something profoundly wrong. The walls were lined with rough, unworked stone, damp and cold, and the floor sloped gently downward, leading deeper into the unknown. The strange, pulsating light, an unholy glow, grew stronger, more insistent, as I descended further into the earth. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few fleeting minutes, the narrow passage abruptly opened up into a circular room. And what a room it was! My jaw dropped, my breath catching in my throat, as I took in the utterly impossible scene before me. The walls were entirely covered in intricate, swirling symbols and baffling diagrams, some painstakingly carved directly into the rough stone, others painted in what looked disturbingly, sickeningly, like dried, ancient blood. Shelves, heavy and groaning, lined the entire circumference of the room, packed to bursting with grotesque, leather-bound books that looked far, far older than anything in the main library, their pages brittle with age, their covers writhing with impossibly ancient script. But it was the very center of the room that truly seized my attention, drawing my gaze like an irresistible, malevolent magnet. A rough-hewn pedestal stood there, ancient and scarred, and upon its worn surface sat an object that utterly defied description, that twisted the very light around it. It seemed to subtly shift and change as I looked at it, never quite settling on a single, coherent form. Sometimes it appeared as an ancient, monstrous tome, its leather cover writhing with glistening tentacles, its pages alive with unseen horrors. Other times, it was a crystalline structure, multifaceted and impossibly sharp, that hurt my eyes, physically pained them, to look at directly. And through it all, relentlessly, it pulsed with that same eerie, sickly light that had drawn me here, a living, breathing malevolence. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering against my ribs, my overwhelming curiosity eclipsing my rapidly escalating sense of profound, suffocating dread. As I drew closer, the impossible sounds began, whispers. Countless, indistinct voices, speaking in languages I'd never heard before, guttural and alien, yet somehow intimately familiar in their ancient malice. They seemed to be emanating directly from the object itself, growing louder, more insistent, with each terrified step I took. My hand, as if guided by an unseen, malevolent force, reached out of its own accord, drawn inexorably to the shifting, pulsating thing on the pedestal. Just before my trembling fingers made contact, a voice, clear and sharp as splintering ice, cut through the chaotic symphony of whispers, making me jump violently. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." I spun around, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest, a primal scream caught in my throat. An old man stood in the doorway, his white hair a wild, untamed halo, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling, unnerving intensity. I recognized him vaguely, Professor Armitage, from the Archaic Occult Studies Department. I'd seen him occasionally around campus, a reclusive, eccentric figure, but had never, ever spoken to him directly. "What is this place?" I managed to stammer out, my voice thick with disbelief and a nascent terror. Armitage stepped into the room, his gaze fixed, with a profound, almost reverent awe, on the pulsating object behind me. "This, my young friend," he said, his voice maddeningly calm, a chilling counterpoint to my rising panic, "is where we keep the real knowledge. The kind the world isn't ready for." He proceeded to explain, in a maddeningly detached, academic tone, that the university had been secretly protecting and studying ancient artifacts of great and terrible power for generations, for centuries, hidden from the unsuspecting world. This very room, and countless others like it, meticulously concealed throughout the vast, sprawling campus, contained horrifying truths that could reshape, or utterly destroy, our fragile understanding of reality, of existence itself. "But why show me?" I asked, still struggling desperately to process everything, my mind reeling, overloaded. "Why not just send me away? Erase my memory?" Armitage's expression turned grim, a shadow falling over his ancient face. "Because you found your way here. You chose to step through that door. Which means, whether you like it or not, you're now a part of this. And we need all the help we can get." Over the next agonizing few hours, as the long night reluctantly gave way to the pale, ethereal light of dawn, Armitage gave me a brutal, accelerated crash course in eldritch horrors and cosmic, terrifying truths. He spoke in hushed tones of ancient, slumbering beings, monstrous entities that lay dreaming beneath the very earth and in the unfathomable, chaotic void beyond the stars. He spoke of insidious cults, whispering their foul prayers, desperately seeking to wake them, to unleash them upon our unsuspecting world. And he spoke of the thin, fragile veil that separated our mundane reality from chaotic, unfathomable dimensions, realms of pure madness. My head spun, a chaotic maelstrom of information overload, but one terrifying truth became chillingly clear: the world was a far stranger, far more dangerous place than I had ever, in my wildest nightmares, realized. And now, whether I liked it or not, whether I was willing or not, I was an integral part of a secret, desperate group, tasked with the impossible burden of keeping that cosmic danger at bay. As the first, tentative rays of sunlight began to filter, golden and weak, through the library's high, dust-laden windows, Armitage led me back to the hidden door, its existence now a horrifying reality. "Go home," he said, his voice weary but resolute. "Get some rest. But be back here tomorrow night. There's much to learn. And time is not on our side." I nodded numbly, my body moving on autopilot, still reeling from the impossible sights and sounds that had assaulted my senses. As I turned to leave, Armitage placed a heavy, knowing hand on my shoulder, his touch a chilling weight. "And remember," he said, his voice dropping to a low, urgent whisper, his eyes piercing mine, "speak of this to no one. The fate of the world, it may depend on our secrecy." The next few weeks dissolved into a blur of horrifying nighttime lessons and mind-bending, reality-shattering revelations. By day, I dutifully went through the mundane motions of my normal life, attending classes, pretending to work on my thesis, a flimsy facade of normalcy. But my nights were consumed by ancient, forbidden tomes whose very touch seemed to burn, by arcane, terrifying rituals whispered in dead languages, and by chilling discussions of cosmic horrors that truly threatened to drive me utterly mad. I learned to read forgotten languages that had been dead for millennia, their scripts twisting on the page, and to recognize the subtle, insidious signs of otherworldly influence in everyday, innocuous events. Armitage and the other grizzled, weary members of what I came to know, with a dawning sense of dread, as the library guard, taught me complex, intricate protective spells, words of power that hummed on my tongue, and how to desperately shield my fragile mind from psychic attacks, from the insidious whispers of the entities beyond. But it wasn't all academic, all theoretical. One night, about a month after my initial, terrifying discovery, piercing alarms blared throughout the hidden, labyrinthine chambers beneath the library. A group of cultists, their faces masked by fanaticism, had brutally broken into one of the other secret rooms on campus, attempting to steal a potent, ancient artifact, a key that could tear open a portal to a dimension of pure, unadulterated chaos, a realm of cosmic madness. My heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror, as I followed Armitage and the others, a grim, determined procession, as we raced across the moonlit campus, our steps silent, urgent. We arrived just in time to witness a scene that would forever scar my mind. The cultists were completing their blasphemous ritual, a swirling, roiling vortex of raw, malevolent energy forming, twisting, in the air before them, a gaping maw into the void. What followed was a nightmare ripped straight from the deepest, most primordial fears. We fought, not just against the fanatical cultists, their eyes gleaming with a deranged zeal, but against impossibly tentacled horrors, slimy, writhing abominations that began to squeeze, to ooze, through the forming portal, their forms grotesque and impossible. I found myself chanting spells I'd only recently learned, their words unfamiliar yet powerful, my voice joining with the desperate, guttural cries of the others to create a fragile, shimmering barrier of pure will against the encroaching madness, against the horrors spilling through the tear in reality. In the brutal, bloody end, we managed to close the monstrous portal and subdue the surviving cultists, their bodies twitching, defeated. But the cost was tragically high. 2 of our small, desperate group lay dead, their minds shattered, irrevocably broken by the unspeakable things they'd witnessed, their eyes wide and empty. And I would never, ever be the same. As we stood there, panting, bleeding, and utterly shell-shocked in the devastating aftermath, Armitage turned to me, his face etched with a grim, weary smile, a profound sadness in his ancient eyes. "Still sure you want to be a part of this, kid?" he asked, his voice low, heavy with unspoken knowledge. I looked around at the widespread destruction, at the still, grotesque bodies of both allies and enemies, at the scorched, blackened marks on the walls where reality itself had begun to fray, to unravel. And despite the lingering terror, the icy grip that still coursed through my veins, I knew, with an unwavering, desperate certainty, there was only one answer. Someone has to do it, I said, my voice hoarse, determined. If not us, then who? Armitage nodded, a complex mix of pride and profound sorrow in his gaze. Welcome to the library guard, kid. The hours are hell. The pay is non-existent. And the retirement plan is probably an early grave. Or a padded cell. But we're the only thing standing between humanity and utter, unimaginable annihilation. As we made our weary way back to the main library, to begin the grim task of cleaning up the carnage and debriefing in hushed, haunted tones, I couldn't help but reflect on how profoundly, how irrevocably, my life had changed in just a few short weeks. The quiet, solitary night security job I'd taken to help scrape together money for grad school had violently transmuted into a frontline position in a secret, brutal war against cosmic, incomprehensible horrors. I thought about the thousands of unsuspecting students, peacefully sleeping in their dorms, blissfully unaware. I thought about the professors, diligently preparing mundane lectures on commonplace subjects. I thought about the world, outside the walls of Elderwood, going about its business in blissful, profound ignorance. And I realized that ignorance truly was bliss. But knowledge, terrible, soul-shattering as it might be, was power. And we needed all the power we could possibly get. So now, when you see me methodically shelving books, or quietly shushing noisy, oblivious students, know that there's far, far more going on than meets the eye, than could ever be imagined. The library is still quiet, yes, but the whispers never truly stop. And in the hidden, ancient rooms beneath your very feet, a desperate, unseen battle rages, a constant, brutal struggle to keep reality itself intact, to hold back the encroaching madness. Sweet dreams. And pray you never, ever have to wake up to the truth I live with every single day. Story 5. The emerald glimmer in the patient's eyes, a faint, unnatural pulse in the oppressive darkness of the ward, was my chilling signal. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that Blackwood wasn't just a quaint, unassuming small town nestled in the serene countryside. It was the terrifying epicenter of a medical nightmare, a creeping, insidious blight that threatened to consume not only us, but the very world beyond. I had been absolutely ecstatic when I landed the coveted position at Blackwood General Sanatorium, fresh out of residency, my mind brimming with idealistic ambition and a fervent desire to make a tangible difference. I saw it as the perfect, noble opportunity to serve a rural community, to offer much-needed care, all while diligently chipping away at my mountain of crushing student debt. The town itself was, on the surface, picturesque, all tree-lined streets adorned with vibrant foliage, charming, historic homes, and faces that seemed perpetually etched with friendly, welcoming smiles. But beneath that flawless, Norman Rockwell exterior, a meticulously crafted facade of idyllic normalcy, lurked horrors I could never, in my wildest, most fevered imaginings, have conceived. My initial few weeks were deceptively uneventful. I diligently treated the usual array of minor injuries, the mundane coughs and colds, and the common, transient illnesses that plague any small community. I slowly began to familiarize myself with the town's eccentric folk, gradually settling into the comforting, predictable rhythm of small-town life. It was during a particularly grueling late-night shift in the ER that I first detected the subtle, chilling shift, the first discordant note in the town's seemingly harmonious symphony. A man was brought in, writhing, complaining of excruciating abdominal pain. As I meticulously examined him, My fingers brushing against his skin, I noticed it, an odd, waxy texture, unsettlingly slick. When I tentatively mentioned it, he brusquely brushed it off, claiming it was merely dry skin, a result of his laborious work outdoors. But there was something in his eyes, a fleeting flicker of raw, unadulterated fear, quickly, desperately suppressed, that set my nerves impossibly on edge. As I was meticulously preparing to order some tests, trying to pinpoint the source of his agony, the power in the hospital flickered, plunging the room into a brief, disorienting moment of near total darkness. In that fleeting, terrifying blackness, I could have sworn, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that the man's eyes emitted a faint, sickly greenish glow, a bioluminescent pulse. I blinked, hard, and when the ambient light finally stabilized, everything seemed perfectly normal again. I desperately tried to convince myself I was simply overtired, my mind playing cruel tricks, seeing things that weren't truly there. But that unsettling incident marked the beginning of a relentless, terrifying series of strange occurrences, a descent into the abnormal that would brutally shatter my understanding of medicine, of reality itself. Over the next few months, I encountered a disturbing, escalating number of patients presenting with increasingly unusual, inexplicable symptoms, bizarre skin abnormalities, grotesque, unexplained lumps appearing beneath the surface of the flesh, and in one particularly terrifying case, a small child whose teeth seemed to be perpetually growing, grotesquely reshaping themselves in her young mouth. Each time I tried, with growing urgency, to investigate further, to delve deeper into these perplexing anomalies, I hit an impenetrable wall of silence. Patients would clam up abruptly, their faces tightening, suddenly remembering prior, phantom commitments, rushing from the hospital as if fleeing a plague. My seasoned colleagues were of no help whatsoever. Whenever I attempted to discuss these increasingly bizarre cases, they would immediately change the subject, their gazes shifting uncomfortably, or offer me patronizing, dismissive looks, as if I were some naive, overzealous city doctor, utterly incapable of handling the subtle nuances of rural medicine, too easily spooked by the unfamiliar. But I knew something was profoundly, terribly, fundamentally wrong. It all came to a horrifying head one raging, stormy night in October. A young woman was rushed into the ER, unconscious and convulsing violently. Her entire body was grotesquely covered in a fine, moss-like growth, a green fuzz clinging to her skin, and her visible veins pulsed with an unnatural, sickly bioluminescent glow, a terrifying internal light. As I frantically worked to stabilize her, my mind racing, desperately trying to comprehend the impossible, Dr. Thorne, the hospital's senior physician, a man usually composed and stoic, burst into the room, his face a mask of barely controlled panic. "Step away from the patient, Dr. Hayes," he barked, his voice tight, strained with an urgency that pierced through the chaos. "What?" "No. She needs help," I protested, my voice cracking, stubbornly continuing to administer life-saving treatment. Thorne's hand clamped down on my arm with surprising, bone-crushing strength. I said, "Step away. Now." Before I could even attempt to argue, a team of men, spectral figures in full hazmat suits, rushed into the room, their movements swift, efficient, chillingly precise. They quickly, brutally transferred the convulsing woman to a sealed, hermetic container. Then, as swiftly and mysteriously as they had appeared, they were gone, vanishing into the night, leaving me standing in stunned, suffocating silence. Thorne's expression was grim, a mask of profound exhaustion and despair, as he turned to me. "We need to talk," he said quietly, his voice a low rumble, "but not here. Meet me at the old Blackwood Mill in an hour. Come alone." My mind reeled, a chaotic maelstrom of confusion and terror, as I drove through the rain-slicked, deserted streets to the abandoned mill on the desolate outskirts of town. What in the hell was going on? Who were those spectral men? And what, in God's name, had truly happened to that poor, afflicted woman? Thorn was waiting for me in the deep, suffocating shadows of the dilapidated building, a gaunt, ghostly figure. He looked older than I had ever seen him, his face deeply lined with profound worry and utter exhaustion, etched with the burdens of a secret life. "I suppose I owe you an explanation," he began, his voice barely audible above the relentless patter of rain on the rusted metal roof. "But I need you to understand. What I'm about to tell you will change everything. Your life. Your understanding of medicine. Of the very nature of reality itself. Are you sure you want to know?" I nodded, my throat too dry, too constricted by terror, to speak. Thorn sighed heavily, a long, weary exhalation. "Blackwood has a secret. One that stretches back generations. There's something deeply, profoundly wrong with this place. The soil. The water. Maybe even the very air itself. It changes people, Dr. Hayes. Alters them. On a fundamental, genetic level." He went on to describe, in a low, chilling monotone, a horrifying history of grotesque mutations and strange, inexplicable afflictions that had plagued the town's inhabitants for over a century, a silent, unseen epidemic. The local government and the tight-lipped medical community had been frantically covering it up for decades, fearing mass panic, a town-wide exodus, and devastating government intervention. "But lately, it's been getting worse," Thorn continued, his eyes darting nervously around the empty, echoing mill, as if expecting unseen ears to be listening. "The changes are happening faster, becoming more extreme, more grotesque. We can barely keep up with the cases, let alone find a way to stop it." I listened in horrified fascination, my mind struggling to reconcile the impossible narrative with the sterile world of modern medicine I knew. Thorn meticulously outlined the town's desperate, futile attempts to contain the spreading situation, secret medical facilities hidden deep within abandoned mine systems beneath the town, experimental treatments that often did more catastrophic harm than good, and a complex, elaborate system of misdirection and lies to prevent any inquisitive outsiders from ever discovering the terrifying truth. "Why are you telling me all this?" I finally asked, my voice barely a whisper, when he fell silent, the weight of his confession hanging heavy in the air. Thorn's weary gaze met mine, and I saw a flicker of something new there, a fragile, desperate glimmer of hope. "Because we need help, Dr. Hayes. Fresh eyes. New ideas. The old guard, we're running out of options. And time." What followed was a brutal, crash course in fringe science and the most profound medical horrors imaginable. I spent my days maintaining the fragile facade of normalcy at the hospital, treating the mundane, the routine, as if nothing in my world had irrevocably shifted. But my nights were consumed by clandestine research, poring over forbidden texts, and the terrifying, desperate treatment of the most severe, most monstrous cases. I witnessed things that utterly defied scientific explanation, that screamed against the very laws of nature, patients whose bodies were literally reshaping themselves, their organs migrating and fusing in impossible, grotesque ways. I assisted in unspeakable surgeries, desperate, futile attempts at reversal, procedures that would have made Frankenstein blanch, frantically trying to reverse mutations that threatened to utterly rob people of their very humanity. But for every small, fleeting victory, there were a dozen crushing, soul-destroying defeats. The anomalies were spreading, like a cancerous blight, becoming harder and harder to conceal, seeping into the very fabric of the town. And worse, a chilling suspicion began to fester in my mind. I began to suspect that some in the town's leadership, the very figures sworn to protect its inhabitants, saw these horrifying mutations not as a curse, but as a twisted opportunity. I secretly discovered meticulously detailed files outlining chilling attempts to weaponize the mutations, to pervert the afflicted into grotesque super soldiers with enhanced, monstrous abilities. The ethical implications were staggering, a bottomless abyss of depravity, and I knew, with a fierce, unwavering certainty, that I would not stand by and let it happen. With Thorne's reluctant, terrified help, I began secretly documenting everything: the horrifying treatments, the elaborate cover-ups, the town's dark, hidden history, a chilling chronicle of human depravity. We were going to expose it all, consequences be damned. But someone must have gotten wind of our desperate, clandestine plan. One night, as I was stealthily leaving the hidden facility, a makeshift lab deep within the old mine system, I was ambushed. A group of men in dark, nondescript suits, their faces obscured, cornered me in the suffocating darkness, their eyes gleaming with that now familiar, sickening bioluminescence. "Did you really think we wouldn't notice, Dr. Hayes?" One of them sneered, his voice distorted, guttural, by the very mutations ravaging his vocal cords. "This is bigger than you. Bigger than Blackwood. The changes, they're just the beginning." I fought back with every ounce of strength I possessed, every desperate, primal instinct, my physician's oath to do no harm momentarily forgotten, eclipsed by the sheer terror in the face of this existential, monstrous threat. In the brutal chaos of the fight, a stray bullet, a cruel twist of fate, hit something in the cavern wall, something that definitely wasn't rock. A noxious, choking gas began rapidly filling the tunnel, causing my attackers to convulse violently, their bodies spasming, before collapsing in a heap. I held my breath, a desperate, gasping prayer, and ran, my legs screaming in protest, not stopping until I burst out into the cool, blessed surface, gulping in lungfuls of clean air. I fled Blackwood that night, leaving everything behind, taking with me only the clothes on my back and a hard drive crammed full of irrefutable, horrifying evidence. I've been on the run ever since, a ghostly, nomadic existence, constantly trying to stay one desperate step ahead of those who would keep Blackwood's chilling secrets buried forever. I'm writing this now from a dingy motel room in a town whose name I don't even know, a nameless haven of transient souls. My skin itches constantly, an incessant, maddening sensation, and sometimes, when I catch my reflection in the mirror, I swear I see a faint, sickly glow in my own eyes. I don't know if I was exposed to whatever is causing the mutations, if the blight has begun its slow, insidious work on me, or if it's simply raw paranoia, a cruel trick of my tortured mind, finally taking hold. But I do know this: the truth about Blackwood needs to come out. Whatever is happening there, it's not contained. It's spreading, evolving. And God help us all if it can't be stopped. So if you're a doctor, an idealistic young physician, and you ever receive an offer to work in a quaint, picturesque little town called Blackwood, do yourself a profound, life-saving favor: run. Run as far and as fast as your legs can carry you. Because some medical mysteries are far, far better left unsolved. And some cures are infinitely, terrifyingly worse than the disease itself. Story 6. The first time I witnessed a man's face melt, grotesquely dissolving like wax, I knew, with a sickening, gut-wrenching certainty, that our quiet little town of Crimson Coast was doomed. What had begun as an exciting, hopeful move to a charming, seemingly idyllic community quickly spiraled into a nightmare of med-science, human experimentation, and unspeakable, body-altering horrors. My wife, Alara, and I had been meticulously searching for the perfect place to settle down, to plant roots and finally start a family, when we stumbled upon Crimson Coast. It seemed utterly perfect, picturesque streets lined with ancient, sprawling oak trees, neighbors who greeted us with friendly, welcoming smiles, and a palpable sense of genuine community, a warmth you simply couldn't find in the impersonal chaos of the city. The old Victorian house we purchased, a grand, if slightly dilapidated, beauty, desperately needed some tender loving care, but I was handy enough, confident I could tackle most of the necessary repairs myself. Our initial few weeks in Crimson Coast were idyllic, almost dreamlike. We painted rooms in cheerful, vibrant hues, meticulously planted a flourishing garden in the rich, dark soil, and slowly began to truly get to know our neighbors, sharing coffee and stories. Everyone was welcoming, though I noticed a subtle, underlying current of reservation, a guardedness beneath the surface. There were fleeting, meaningful glances exchanged between long-time residents, conversations that abruptly, jarringly ceased when Alara and I approached, as if we had interrupted a sacred, secret rite. I foolishly chalked it up to nothing more than typical small-town weariness of newcomers, the natural wariness of outsiders. That is, until the chilling night I saw old Mr. Abernathy walking home from the local market. I was out for my usual evening jog, enjoying the cool, coastal breeze, when I spotted him across the street, a familiar, elderly figure. I lifted a hand in a friendly wave, about to call out a greeting, when something profoundly, horrifyingly shifted in my vision. His face seemed to ripple, to distort, like heat waves shimmering off scorching asphalt on a summer's day. Then, to my utter, disbelieving horror, it began to sag, to grotesquely drip off his skull like molten candle wax, his features dissolving into a sickening, unrecognizable ooze. I blinked hard, frantically, convinced I was hallucinating, my mind playing cruel, macabre tricks. When I forced my eyes open again, Mr. Abernathy was perfectly normal, strolling calmly down the sidewalk as if nothing, absolutely nothing, had happened. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my heart hammering against my ribs, frantically trying to make any semblance of sense of what I'd just witnessed. That night, sleep utterly eluded me. I tossed and turned restlessly, the horrifying image of Abernathy's melting face playing on an endless, nightmarish loop in my mind, a tormenting, visceral cinema. I didn't tell Alara. How could I? She'd think I was utterly losing my mind, spiraling into madness. The next morning, still haunted, I ran into our neighbor, Sarah, while collecting the mail. "Everything okay?" she asked, her brow furrowed with genuine concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated, the words catching in my throat, then, inexplicably, found myself spilling the entire, impossible story. To my utter astonishment, Sarah didn't seem shocked. Instead, her face paled, drained of all color, and she glanced nervously, furtively, up and down the quiet street, as if fearing unseen eyes. "Come inside," she whispered, her voice low and urgent, ushering me into her house. Once the door was securely locked behind us, sealing us within a fragile sanctuary, she turned to me, her expression grim, heavy with unspoken burdens. "What I'm about to tell you is going to sound crazy," she began, her voice barely a whisper, "but I swear, it's true." Over the next agonizing hour, Sarah meticulously revealed Crimson Coast's chilling, unspeakable secret. The town, she explained, had been home to a brilliant but utterly unethical scientist named Dr. Alastair Thorne. For years, he had been conducting monstrous experiments on unwitting townspeople, using them as living test subjects, injecting them with insidious serums designed to unnaturally enhance human abilities and grotesquely extend life. At first, the effects had seemed miraculous, almost divine, Sarah explained, her voice trembling. People reported feeling stronger, healthier, their bodies renewed, their minds sharper. But then, she whispered, her voice laced with the profound, bitter sorrow, things started to go terribly, horribly wrong. The mutations began subtly, then escalated terrifyingly. Enhanced reflexes twisted into uncontrollable, agonizing spasms. Improved eyesight led to blinding, painful sensitivity to even the gentlest light. And in some tragic cases, like the horrifying sight I'd witnessed with Abernathy, it resulted in complete cellular instability, a gruesome, irreversible decay. The town council tried desperately to shut Thorne down, Sarah continued, her voice filled with impotent rage, but by then, half the population had already been exposed, irrevocably tainted by his work. He had brutally threatened to withhold the experimental treatments that were, ironically, keeping many of the afflicted alive, condemning them to a rapid, agonizing demise if they dared to expose him. I sat there, stunned, my mind reeling, struggling to comprehend the impossible. It was like something ripped directly from the pages of a sci-fi horror movie, a grotesque nightmare, utterly incongruous with the quaint, charming small town we'd so naively chosen to call home. "Why are you telling me this?" I finally managed to ask, my voice hoarse. Sarah's eyes, brimming with unched tears, met mine, filled with a desperate plea. "Because it's getting worse," she whispered, her voice cracking. "People are dying, or changing into things that aren't human anymore. We need help. But we can't risk outside attention. The government, they'd quarantine us all." I left Sarah's house in a profound, disoriented daze, my mind a chaotic maelstrom of fear and disbelief. Part of me, the primal, terrified part, screamed to grab Alara, to flee, to put Crimson Coast in our rearview mirror and never, ever look back. But I knew, with a dawning sense of grim responsibility, that I couldn't abandon these people. They were suffering, desperate, and they needed help. And for some inexplicable, terrifying reason, Sarah had chosen to trust me. Over the next few weeks, I threw myself headlong into frantic research, utilizing my background in chemistry to desperately try and understand Thorne's insidious work, his monstrous experiments. Alara, naturally, noticed my profound distraction, my late nights poring over dense medical journals and arcane genetics textbooks, my mind consumed by a terrifying new reality. I hated lying to her, the weight of the secret a heavy burden, but I wouldn't drag her into this escalating nightmare. Not yet. It was on one of these late, isolated nights in my makeshift study that I heard a sudden, violent commotion outside. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding, to see a small, hushed group of people gathered around something in the street. As I watched, paralyzed with horror, I realized with a sickening jolt that it was a person. Or what used to be a person. Their body was grotesquely misshapen, limbs elongated and twisted at impossible, unnatural angles, a horrifying parody of human form. I grabbed my coat, a desperate, automatic motion, and rushed outside, caution utterly overridden by a visceral, overwhelming need to help. As I cautiously approached, my gaze fell upon one of the onlookers whom I recognized as Dr. Anya Hannigan, the town's only physician, her face grim. "What's happening?" I asked, trying, desperately, to keep the raw panic from my voice. Hannigan turned to me, her face pale, etched with profound weariness and sorrow. "It's progression," she said quietly, her voice flat, devoid of hope. "Stage 3 mutation. There's nothing we can do. Except make them comfortable." I watched in paralyzed horror as Hannigan produced a syringe, its contents a clear, shimmering liquid. The twisted, agonizing figure on the ground let out a low, keening wail, a sound of profound suffering, as the needle pierced their grotesque skin. Within moments, they went still, their tortured body ceasing its writhing. That was the night everything irrevocably changed. I couldn't keep the secret from Alara any longer, the weight of it crushing me. Through tears, choking on the horrifying words, I told her everything, what I'd seen, what Sarah had revealed, the unspeakable, horrifying truth of our new home. To my utter surprise, after the initial shock, the look of disbelief and terror that contorted her face, Alara's response was one of fierce, unyielding determination. "We have to help them," she said, her voice trembling but resolute, squeezing my hand tightly, a lifeline in the terrifying storm. "Whatever it takes." With Alara's unwavering support, her strength a beacon in the darkness, I redoubled my frantic efforts to understand Thorne's monstrous research. We converted our basement into a makeshift, clandestine lab, working tirelessly, fueled by desperate hope and endless coffee, to develop a cure, or at the very least, a way to halt the horrifying progression of the mutations. Weeks bled into months, each day a relentless battle against an unseen enemy. The situation in Crimson Coast deteriorated rapidly, a town slowly, horrifyingly, consuming itself. More and more people tragically succumbed to the later, grotesque stages of mutation, their bodies twisting into unspeakable forms. Those still clinging to their humanity lived in constant, paralyzing fear of what they might become, what monstrous transformation awaited them. We finally had a breakthrough, a glimmer of desperate hope, when we managed to synthesize a compound that, in lab samples, seemed to stabilize cellular degradation, to halt the terrifying decay. But we desperately needed more data, more resources, a larger scale. That's when we made the agonizing, incredibly difficult decision to reach out to an old colleague of mine at the CDC, Dr. Amelia Chen. We knew it was immensely risky. If word truly got out about what was happening in Crimson Coast, the consequences would be dire, a town quarantined, its inhabitants experimented upon. But we were running out of time. And options. Dr. Chen, a brilliant, tenacious mind, arrived under the deceptive guise of investigating a rare fungal outbreak, a convenient cover story. With her invaluable help, we made rapid, exhilarating progress. We were on the very verge of developing a viable treatment, a potential salvation, when disaster, swift and brutal, struck. I was working late in our basement lab, the air thick with the scent of chemicals, when I heard the shattering crash of glass from upstairs. My heart leaped into my throat. I raced up, my legs screaming in protest, to find our living room in utter chaos, furniture overturned, splintered and broken, papers scattered everywhere like autumn leaves, and Ilara was gone. A chilling note, pinned to the wall with a gleaming scalpel, mocked me, "You should have left well enough alone. The work must continue." A.T. Thorne had Ilara. The next 48 hours were a blur of agonizing panic and desperate, frantic searching. The entire town, even those still able-bodied, mobilized, a grim, determined force, combing every inch of Crimson Coast for any sign of Ilara or Thorne. We finally found them in an abandoned, decaying warehouse on the desolate outskirts of town. Thorne had grotesquely converted it into a nightmarish laboratory, a chamber of horrors, filled with cages containing things that used to be human, their bodies twisted beyond recognition. And there was Ilara, my beloved wife, strapped to a cold, metal table, utterly helpless, Thorne looming over her, a syringe filled with a sickly, glowing green liquid held aloft, ready to plunge into her flesh. What followed was utter, brutal chaos. In the desperate, frenzied struggle to save Ilara, vials were knocked over, shattering on the concrete floor, mysterious, volatile chemicals mixing, reacting, bubbling. A fire broke out, a sudden, furious conflagration, spreading rapidly through the dry, ancient timber of the old building, consuming everything in its path. We managed to get Ilara and as many of Thorne's terrified victims as we could to safety, pulling them from the inferno, their bodies weak and trembling. But Thorne himself, along with his twisted, monstrous research, was lost to the ravenous flames, consumed by his own depravity. In the devastating aftermath, we worked tirelessly, our bodies aching, to administer the hard-won treatment we had developed. It wasn't a complete cure, not a magical reversal, but it miraculously halted the mutations, arresting the horrifying progression, giving the shattered people of Crimson Coast a chance at something resembling a normal, stable life, a fragile, hard-won future. The official story, carefully crafted and disseminated, was a catastrophic chemical spill and a subsequent fire that caused widespread illness, a plausible, mundane explanation. The CDC, with Thorne's disappearance, contained it, their presence a fleeting shadow. The government, in a rare act of quiet benevolence, paid for ongoing medical care for the afflicted, ensuring their continued stability. And Crimson Coast, scarred but healing, slowly began to knit itself back together. But those of us who know the chilling, unspeakable truth will never, ever forget. The scars, both physical and emotional, run impossibly deep. Every time I look at Ilara, my beloved wife, I'm profoundly reminded of how agonizingly close we came to losing everything, to losing ourselves. Crimson Coast is quiet now, peaceful even, a deceptive calm. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear distant, agonizing screams echoing from the dark, whispering woods, a chilling phantom chorus. And I wonder, with a profound, unsettling dread, did we truly see the last of Dr. Thorne? Or is he out there somewhere, a shadowy, unseen architect of horrors, continuing his twisted, monstrous work, perfecting his blight? One thing's for certain, I'll never look at a small town, no matter how quaint or charming, the same way again. Because you never truly know what terrifying secrets might be lurking, festering, behind those immaculate picket fences and seemingly friendly smiles. Sometimes, the most horrifying monsters are the ones we ourselves, unknowingly, create. Story 7. The Grand University Library was supposed to be a bastion of quiet, a hushed sanctuary for profound scholarship. But the whispers I overheard that night, echoing from unseen depths, were anything but peaceful. What I discovered in that hidden, forbidden room violently reshaped everything I thought I knew about reality, shattering the very foundations of my understanding. I've always been an inveterate night owl, thriving in the profound stillness of the late hours, which is precisely why the graveyard shift at the venerable Lumina University Library suited me perfectly. The pay wasn't exactly princely, a meager wage that barely covered tuition, but the profound solitude it afforded me provided ample time to diligently chip away at my seemingly endless thesis, all while keeping a watchful, weary eye on the occasional rowdy student pulling a caffeine-fueled all-nighter. Plus, there was a strange, comforting serenity in being perpetually surrounded by such an immense, ancient accumulation of knowledge, even if most of it merely gathered dust on rarely touched, forgotten shelves. It was a Tuesday night, or, more accurately, Wednesday morning, technically, when the very fabric of my world began to unravel. The library was utterly empty, save for a couple of intrepid grad students, long since passed out amidst towering stacks of books in the far corner, their research forgotten. I was making my usual, quiet rounds, meticulously reshelving misplaced tomes and straightening askew chairs, when a faint, ethereal glow, an impossible shimmer, caught my eye. It was emanating from directly behind one of the towering bookshelves in the ancient history section. Now, I knew every single inch of this library, every dusty alcove, every forgotten nook. And there was definitively, absolutely, no supposed light source back there. Curiosity, a dangerous, irresistible current, surged through me, overpowering my apprehension. I made my way over, the soft carpet muffling my footsteps, my heart quickening with each silent stride. As I drew closer, I realized the light was not a lamp, not a bulb, but a living, pulsating luminescence, seeping through a narrow, almost invisible crack between the massive shelving unit and the cold stone wall. Had some absent-minded student left a flashlight on? But no. The quality of the light was all wrong. It pulsed and shifted, a living, breathing entity, casting eerie, grotesque shadows that seemed to move and writhe of their own malevolent accord. I ran my trembling hand along the rough, worn edge of the bookshelf, feeling desperately for anything out of place. To my utter surprise, my fingers snagged on a small, cleverly hidden latch, almost imperceptible to the casual glance. With a soft, mechanical click, the entire shelf, ponderous and ancient, swung inward like a secret door, revealing a narrow, dust-choked passageway beyond. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, terrified drumbeat, as I peered into the unexpected opening. This, I knew with a chilling certainty, was not on any of the library floor plans I'd ever seen. The rational part of my brain, the part that clung desperately to normalcy, screamed at me to close it up, to immediately call campus security, to dismiss it all as an elaborate prank. But a stronger, more primal, more insistent part of me, fueled by an insatiable, terrifying curiosity, urged me forward. I'd always been too curious for my own good, a fatal flaw. Swallowing hard, my throat suddenly dry as dust, I stepped into the suffocating darkness of the passageway. The air was thick and musty, heavy with the scent of untold ages, with an underlying aroma I couldn't quite place, something ancient, something vaguely metallic, something profoundly wrong. The walls were lined with rough, unworked stone, damp and cold, and the floor sloped gently downward, leading deeper into the unknown. The strange, pulsating light, An unholy glow grew stronger, more insistent, as I descended further into the earth. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few fleeting minutes, the narrow passage abruptly opened up into a circular room. And what a room it was! My jaw dropped, my breath catching in my throat, as I took in the utterly impossible scene before me. The walls were entirely covered in intricate, swirling symbols and baffling diagrams, some painstakingly carved directly into the rough stone, others painted in what looked disturbingly, sickeningly, like dried, ancient blood. Shelves, heavy and groaning, lined the entire circumference of the room, packed to bursting with grotesque, leather-bound books that looked far older than anything in the main library, their pages brittle with age, their covers writhing with impossibly ancient script. But it was the very center of the room that truly seized my attention, drawing my gaze like an irresistible, malevolent magnet. A rough-hewn pedestal stood there, ancient and scarred, and upon its worn surface sat an object that utterly defied description, that twisted the very light around it. It seemed to subtly shift and change as I looked at it, never quite settling on a single, coherent form. Sometimes it appeared as an ancient, monstrous tome, its leather cover writhing with glistening tentacles, its pages alive with unseen horrors. Other times, it was a crystalline structure, multifaceted and impossibly sharp, that hurt my eyes, physically pained them, to look at directly. And through it all, relentlessly, it pulsed with that same eerie, sickly light that had drawn me here, a living, breathing malevolence. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering against my ribs, my overwhelming curiosity eclipsing my rapidly escalating sense of profound, suffocating dread. As I drew closer, the impossible sounds began, whispers. Countless, indistinct voices, speaking in languages I'd never heard before, guttural and alien, yet somehow intimately familiar in their ancient malice. They seemed to be emanating directly from the object itself, growing louder, more insistent, with each terrified step I took. My hand, as if guided by an unseen, malevolent force, reached out of its own accord, drawn inexorably to the shifting, pulsating thing on the pedestal. Just before my trembling fingers made contact, a voice, clear and sharp as splintering ice, cut through the chaotic symphony of whispers, making me jump violently. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." I spun around, my heart nearly leaping out of my chest, a primal scream caught in my throat. An old man stood in the doorway, his white hair a wild, untamed halo, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling, unnerving intensity. I recognized him vaguely, Professor Armitage, from the Archaic Occult Studies Department. I'd seen him occasionally around campus, a reclusive, eccentric figure, but had never, ever spoken to him directly. "What is this place?" I managed to stammer out, my voice thick with disbelief and a nascent terror. Armitage stepped into the room, his gaze fixed, with a profound, almost reverent awe, on the pulsating object behind me. "This, my young friend," he said, his voice maddeningly calm, a chilling counterpoint to my rising panic, "is where we keep the real knowledge. The kind the world isn't ready for." He proceeded to explain, in a maddeningly detached, academic tone, that the university had been secretly protecting and studying ancient artifacts of great and terrible power for generations, for centuries, hidden from the unsuspecting world. This very room, and countless others like it, meticulously concealed throughout the vast, sprawling campus, contained horrifying truths that could reshape, or utterly destroy, our fragile understanding of reality, of existence itself. But why show me? I asked, still struggling desperately to process everything, my mind reeling, overloaded. Why not just send me away? Erase my memory? Armitage's expression turned grim, a shadow falling over his ancient face. Because you found your way here. You chose to step through that door. Which means, whether you like it or not, you're now a part of this. And we need all the help we can get. Over the next agonizing few hours, as the long night reluctantly gave way to the pale, ethereal light of dawn, Armitage gave me a brutal, accelerated crash course in eldritch horrors and cosmic, terrifying truths. He spoke in hushed tones of ancient, slumbering beings, monstrous entities that lay dreaming beneath the very earth and in the unfathomable, chaotic void beyond the stars. He spoke of insidious cults, whispering their foul prayers, desperately seeking to wake them, to unleash them upon our unsuspecting world. And he spoke of the thin, fragile veil that separated our mundane reality from chaotic, unfathomable dimensions, realms of pure madness. My head spun, a chaotic maelstrom of information overload, but one terrifying truth became chillingly clear: the world was a far stranger, far more dangerous place than I had ever, in my wildest nightmares, realized. And now, whether I liked it or not, whether I was willing or not, I was an integral part of a secret, desperate group, tasked with the impossible burden of keeping that cosmic danger at bay. As the first, tentative rays of sunlight began to filter, golden and weak, through the library's high, dust-laden windows, Armitage led me back to the hidden door, its existence now a horrifying reality. "Go home," he said, his voice weary but resolute. "Get some rest. But be back here tomorrow night. There's much to learn. And time is not on our side." I nodded numbly, my body moving on autopilot, still reeling from the impossible sights and sounds that had assaulted my senses. As I turned to leave, Armitage placed a heavy, knowing hand on my shoulder, his touch a chilling weight. "And remember," he said, his voice dropping to a low, urgent whisper, his eyes piercing mine, "speak of this to no one. The fate of the world, it may depend on our secrecy." The next few weeks dissolved into a blur of horrifying nighttime lessons and mind-bending, reality-shattering revelations. By day, I dutifully went through the mundane motions of my normal life, attending classes, pretending to work on my thesis, a flimsy facade of normalcy. But my nights were consumed by ancient, forbidden tomes whose very touch seemed to burn, by arcane, terrifying rituals whispered in dead languages, and by chilling discussions of cosmic horrors that truly threatened to drive me utterly mad. I learned to read forgotten languages that had been dead for millennia, their scripts twisting on the page, and to recognize the subtle, insidious signs of otherworldly influence in everyday, innocuous events. Armitage and the other grizzled, weary members of what I came to know, with a dawning sense of dread, as the Lumina Guard, taught me complex, intricate protective spells, words of power that hummed on my tongue, and how to desperately shield my fragile mind from psychic attacks, from the insidious whispers of the entities beyond. But it wasn't all academic, all theoretical. One night, about a month after my initial, terrifying discovery, piercing alarms blared throughout the hidden, labyrinthine chambers beneath the library. A group of cultists, their faces masked by fanaticism, had brutally broken into one of the other secret rooms on campus, attempting to steal a potent, ancient artifact, a key that could tear open a portal to a dimension of pure, unadulterated chaos, a realm of cosmic madness. My heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror, as I followed Armitage and the others, a grim, determined procession, as we raced across the moonlit campus, our steps silent, urgent. We arrived just in time to witness a scene that would forever scar my mind. The cultists were completing their blasphemous ritual, a swirling, roiling vortex of raw, malevolent energy forming, twisting, in the air before them, a gaping maw into the void. What followed was a nightmare ripped straight from the deepest, most primordial fears. We fought, not just against the fanatical cultists, their eyes gleaming with a deranged zeal, but against impossibly tentacled horrors, slimy, writhing abominations that began to squeeze, to ooze, through the forming portal, their forms grotesque and impossible. I found myself chanting spells I'd only recently learned, their words unfamiliar yet powerful, my voice joining with the desperate, guttural cries of the others to create a fragile, shimmering barrier of pure will against the encroaching madness, against the horrors spilling through the tear in reality. In the brutal, bloody end, we managed to close the monstrous portal and subdue the surviving cultists, their bodies twitching, defeated. But the cost was tragically high. 2 of our small, desperate group lay dead, their minds shattered, irrevocably broken by the unspeakable things they'd witnessed, their eyes wide and empty. And I would never, ever be the same. As we stood there, panting, bleeding, and utterly shell-shocked in the devastating aftermath, Armitage turned to me, his face etched with a grim, weary smile, a profound sadness in his ancient eyes. "Still sure you want to be a part of this, kid?" he asked, his voice low, heavy with unspoken knowledge. I looked around at the widespread destruction, at the still, grotesque bodies of both allies and enemies, at the scorched, blackened marks on the walls where reality itself had begun to fray, to unravel. And despite the lingering terror, the icy grip that still coursed through my veins, I knew, with an unwavering, desperate certainty, there was only one answer. "Someone has to do it," I said, my voice hoarse, determined. "If not us, then who?" Armitage nodded, a complex mix of pride and profound sorrow in his gaze. "Welcome to the Lumina Guard, kid. The hours are hell. The pay is non-existent. And the retirement plan is probably an early grave. Or a padded cell. But we're the only thing standing between humanity and utter, unimaginable annihilation." As we made our weary way back to the main library, to begin the grim task of cleaning up the carnage and debriefing in hushed, haunted tones, I couldn't help but reflect on how profoundly, how irrevocably, my life had changed in just a few short weeks. The quiet, solitary night security job I'd taken to help scrape together money for grad school had violently transmuted into a frontline position in a secret, brutal war against cosmic, incomprehensible horrors. I thought about the thousands of unsuspecting students, peacefully sleeping in their dorms, blissfully unaware. I thought about the professors, diligently preparing mundane lectures on commonplace subjects. I thought about the world, outside the walls of Lumina, going about its business in blissful, profound ignorance. And I realized that ignorance truly was bliss. But knowledge, terrible, soul-shattering as it might be, was power. And we needed all the power we could possibly get. So now, when you see me methodically shelving books, or quietly shushing noisy, oblivious students, know that there's far, far more going on than meets the eye, than could ever be imagined. The library is still quiet, yes, but the whispers never truly stop. And in the hidden, ancient rooms beneath your very feet, a desperate, unseen battle rages, a constant, brutal struggle to keep reality itself intact, to hold back the encroaching madness. Sweet dreams. And pray you never, ever have to wake up to the truth I live with every single day. Story 8. The screams echoed, raw and primal, through the ancient, suffocating density of Whisperwind Forest, brutally tearing our peaceful camping trip into a waking nightmare. We had foolishly believed we were alone in the untamed wilderness, lost in its serene embrace, but something sinister, something utterly malevolent, was undeniably lurking in the shadows, waiting with an inhuman patience, ready to make us its helpless prey. It was supposed to be a joyous, rejuvenating weekend getaway, just me and my 4 closest friends from college, a sacred reunion for our annual camping pilgrimage. We'd been doing this for years, a cherished tradition since graduation, but this time, fueled by a thirst for novelty, we decided to brave a new, uncharted spot. Leo, ever the intrepid explorer, had heard whispers of a secluded area nestled deep within the forgotten heart of the national forest, far, far away from the usual, mundane tourist trails. It'll be an adventure, he'd promised, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If only we had possessed the horrifying foresight to comprehend what kind of adventure we were truly in for. We arrived late on a Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping low behind the towering, ancient trees, casting long, menacing shadows. The drive-in had been a brutal, jarring ordeal, our SUV bouncing wildly along overgrown logging roads, the path barely discernible, until we finally, mercifully, stumbled upon a suitable clearing to set up our camp. As we frantically pitched our tents, battling the encroaching dusk, and gathered what little firewood we could scavenge, I couldn't shake a nagging, persistent feeling of profound unease. The forest seemed too quiet, unnaturally hushed, its usual symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds utterly silenced. The shadows between the gnarled trees seemed too deep, too impenetrable, swallowing the light whole. "Relax, Alex," Lena said, her voice soft, noticing my tense, rigid posture, my gaze constantly sweeping the deepening gloom. "You're just not used to being this far from civilization. Enjoy the peace and quiet." I forced a brittle smile and nodded, a weak attempt at reassurance, but the knot of dread in my stomach refused to unwind, tightening with each passing moment. As night swiftly fell, a suffocating blanket descending over us, we gathered around the flickering campfire, its warmth a fragile illusion of safety, passing around beers, there clinking a false merriment, and swapping familiar stories, jokes as old as our friendship. Yet, even as we laughed, the sounds hollow in the vast wilderness, and reminisced, my gaze found itself constantly, compulsively, darting into the oppressive darkness beyond our small, trembling circle of light. It was close to midnight when we heard it, a scream. Distant, yes, but unmistakable, raw, and utterly human. It sliced through the still night air like a razor-sharp knife, a sound of pure agony. We all froze, every muscle rigid, our laughter dying in our throats, replaced by a suffocating silence. "What the hell was that?" Ben whispered, his eyes wide, reflecting the frantic flicker of the fire. "Probably just a mountain lion," Leo said, his voice laced with forced conviction. "They can sound pretty human sometimes." We listened intently, our breath held, but the forest had fallen utterly silent again, a chilling, profound stillness. Slowly, conversation resumed, but it was subdued now, hushed, the forced merriment gone, replaced by a palpable tension. I could see the others, their faces pale in the firelight, casting furtive, nervous glances into the surrounding woods, just as I had been doing all night. Just as we were about to finally turn in, The fire having dwindled to glowing embers, we heard it again. Closer this time. And undeniably, chillingly, human. A scream of pure, unadulterated terror that instantly turned my blood to ice, freezing it solid in my veins. "That's no animal," Sarah gasped, her voice shaking violently, on the verge of breaking. "Someone's in trouble out there." We debated frantically, our voices hushed, desperate. The smart, rational thing would have been to stay put, to huddle together, to call for help on the satellite phone we'd prudently brought for emergencies. But the screams continued, now growing more desperate, more agonizing, and we knew, with a dawning, terrible certainty, that we couldn't just sit there, paralyzed by fear, and do nothing. Armed with flashlights, their beams thin and fragile against the overwhelming darkness, and a couple of hunting knives, their blades glinting menacingly, we set out, a desperate, foolhardy expedition, into the inky blackness of the forest. The feeble beams of our flashlights seemed pathetically inadequate against the vast, consuming darkness that surrounded us, each beam swallowed almost instantly by the oppressive gloom. Every snapping twig, every rustle of unseen leaves, every creak of the ancient trees, set my already frayed nerves impossibly on edge, screaming a silent warning. We'd been walking for maybe 20 agonizing minutes when Ben suddenly stopped short, his body rigid, a choked gasp escaping his lips. "Guys," he whispered, his voice barely audible, raw with terror, "look." His flashlight beam, trembling uncontrollably, illuminated something horrifying on the damp ground, a scrap of fabric, torn and ominously blood-stained, its color a stark, gruesome crimson against the dark earth. A few feet beyond it, we found a discarded shoe, then another, larger piece of cloth. It was like following a grotesque, horrifying trail of breadcrumbs, leading us deeper into the nightmare. The screaming had stopped. Which, somehow, made everything infinitely worse. The silence pressed in on us, thick and suffocating, broken only by our own ragged, frantic breathing and the pounding, deafening beat of our terrified hearts. We pushed on, compelled by an unseen force, deeper into the dark, whispering woods. The trail of discarded, sickening items continued, becoming more frequent, more macabre. And then we smelled it. A sickly sweet odor, cloying and heavy, that instantly turned my stomach, a nauseating wave washing over me. As we rounded a large, moss-covered boulder, our lights fell upon a sight that would forever haunt my nightmares, burning itself into my memory for years to come. It was a clearing. But unlike any natural formation, the ground had been meticulously cleared in a perfect, unsettling circle, the earth packed down hard, strangely smooth, and ominously marked with strange, arcane symbols, scrawled in what looked suspiciously like dried blood. At its very center stood a crude, grotesque altar, little more than a flat stone slab raised on pillars of stacked, rough-hewn rocks. And on that altar I'll spare you the sickening, gruesome details of what we saw. Suffice it to say, we found the source of the screams, though they would never, ever scream again. Sarah retched, doubling over, her body racked with dry heaves. Leo cursed under his breath, a low, guttural sound of pure disgust and terror. I stood frozen, my mind refusing to process the sheer, unspeakable horror before me. That's when we heard the chanting. It started low, a guttural hum, almost subliminal, barely a vibration, but quickly grew in volume, swelling into a resonant, hypnotic drone. Figures emerged from the dense trees, spectral forms cloaked in dark, heavy robes, their faces hidden in deep, shadowy hoods, featureless and menacing. There must have been at least 24 of them, a silent, ominous procession, forming a perfect, terrifying circle around us before we could even formulate a single thought of escape, of desperate flight. Well, well, a voice rang out, clear and unnervingly cultured, entirely at odds with the barbaric, gruesome scene before us. It seems we have some uninvited guests. A figure stepped forward, slowly, deliberately lowering his hood. He was older, with flowing silver hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to glow with an eerie, internal light in the flickering torchlight. His smile was pleasant, almost fatherly, a deceptive mask, but there was a profound, chilling coldness behind it, a predatory gleam that made my skin crawl. "We don't often get visitors out here," he continued, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with an insidious undertone. "The energies of this place tend to discourage wanderers. But you, my young friends, you heard our call. And you came. How wonderfully brave of you." "Call?" Lena managed to choke out, her voice barely a whisper, filled with raw terror. "Those were screams. You killed someone." The man's smile never wavered, fixed and unnerving, like a rictus. "A necessary sacrifice, I'm afraid. The old ones demand tribute. And who are we to deny them? But now that you're here, well, I think they'll be quite pleased with the bounty we can offer tonight." It happened with terrifying swiftness. The cultists surged forward, a dark, robed wave, grabbing us before we could even react, their movements unnaturally fast. I felt rough, calloused hands seizing my arms, their grip like iron bands, a sharp, searing pain as something pricked my neck, a burning sensation. The world began to spin wildly, a chaotic maelstrom of colors and sounds, voices becoming distant, distorted, muffled. I fought desperately against the encroaching darkness, struggled to keep my eyes open, to cling to consciousness. The last thing I saw before oblivion mercifully took me was the old man's face, those cold, dead blue eyes staring into mine, filled with a malevolent triumph, as he spoke words I couldn't understand, words that clawed at the edges of my fading awareness. I awoke to the chilling sound of dripping water, a relentless, maddening cadence. My head pounded with a brutal, insistent ache, and my mouth felt like it was stuffed with dry sand. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the dim, oppressive light, a horrifying realization solidified. I was no longer in the forest. I was in some kind of cave, dark and damp, the air thick with an earthy smell. The others were there too, huddled in the gloom, still unconscious, bound hand and foot like I was, helpless and vulnerable. Fear and a surge of desperate adrenaline helped clear the fog from my mind. I worked frantically at my bonds, ignoring the searing pain as the rough rope bit into my wrists, chafing my skin raw. After what felt like endless hours, but was probably only a few minutes, I managed to free one hand, then the other, my fingers numb and clumsy. I quickly untied my ankles and, with desperate urgency, moved to help my friends. One by one, they stirred, groggy and disoriented, their eyes blinking, their faces pale with shock. We spoke in hushed whispers, piecing together the fragmented, terrifying events of what had happened, a mosaic of horror. None of us knew how long we'd been out, or where exactly we were. All we knew, with a primal, desperate certainty, was that we had to get out before those cultists came back. The cave had only one visible entrance, sealed by a heavy, imposing wooden door. It was locked, of course, the wood thick and unyielding. But years of obsessive rock climbing had taught me a thing or two about unconventional problem solving, about exploiting weaknesses. Using a broken piece of jagged stalagmite and some shoelaces, I managed to create a crude, makeshift lockpick. It took several tense, agonizing minutes, each second stretching into an eternity, but finally, miraculously, we heard the beautiful, triumphant sound of the lock clicking open, a metallic sigh of release. We crept, silent as ghosts, through dark, twisting tunnels, our movements cautious, every shadow seeming to hide potential danger, every drip of water a terrifying echo. Eventually, a faint glow appeared ahead, a distant, tantalizing promise, moonlight filtering in through a small, jagged opening. Freedom. It was so close, we could almost taste it, a bitter yet sweet tang on our tongues. But as we approached the cave mouth, a chilling realization, we heard voices. The cultists were out there. Dozens of them. Engaged in some kind of unholy ritual, their chanting echoing, guttural and resonant, off the cold, damp cave walls, the words in no language I recognized, but filling me with a profound, creeping dread, a suffocating sense of impending doom. We huddled in the deepest shadows, frantically trying to formulate a desperate plan, to find a way to slip past them, unseen. That's when we saw it, a shape in the sky, immense and impossible, descending slowly, majestically, towards the gathered cultists. It was huge, defying all description, its form seeming to subtly shift and change as it moved, twisting and writhing in the moonlight, a monstrous, amorphous entity. All I know is that looking at it, trying to comprehend its impossible form, filled me with a terror so profound, so primal, that I thought my mind might simply shatter, breaking into countless, irreparable fragments. "We have to go," I whispered urgently, my voice raw with desperation, "now." While they're distracted. We made a desperate break for it, a sudden, frantic dash, sprinting past the oblivious cultists, their backs to us, and into the dark, whispering woods beyond. Behind us, we heard shouts of alarm, then sounds that I can only describe as otherworldly, a cacophony of shrieks and guttural roars that seemed to come from everywhere at once, a symphony of pure, unbridled malice. We ran until our lungs burned with agonizing fire and our legs felt like jelly, ready to collapse beneath us. Somehow, miraculously, against all odds, we found our way back to our campsite, a familiar, comforting sight in the terrifying chaos. We piled into the SUV, not even bothering to grab our gear, leaving everything behind, and tore out of there like bats out of hell, the tires spitting gravel, leaving the nightmare in our dust. It wasn't until we hit the main highway, the first faint glimmers of dawn breaking on the horizon, painting the sky with bruised purples and tentative grays, that we finally felt safe enough to stop. We pulled over at a desolate rest area and just sat there in profound, shattered silence, each of us desperately trying to process the unfathomable horrors we'd just endured. What do we do now?" Sarah finally asked, her voice small, fragile, and utterly scared. I thought about it for a long, agonizing moment, the words forming slowly, heavily, in my mind. "We go to the police," I said, my voice filled with a grim, unyielding resolve. "We tell them everything." And we did. But of course, they didn't believe us. How could they? Our story sounded insane, utterly fantastical, even to our own ears. They found our campsite untouched, undisturbed, except for some mundane animal tracks. No sign of any cult activity. No mysterious cave. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to corroborate our chilling tale. In the end, we were left with nothing but our harrowing memories and the relentless, soul-destroying nightmares that followed, haunting our every waking and sleeping moment. We don't go camping anymore, at least not together. Some friendships, I've learned, simply cannot survive the crushing weight of shared trauma, of knowing things we were never, ever meant to know. But sometimes, on dark, quiet nights, when the wind howls just right, a mournful, hungry cry, I swear I can still hear those guttural chants, still see that impossible shape descending from the sky, a monstrous shadow against the moon. And I wonder, with a chilling mixture of dread and morbid curiosity, what might have happened if we hadn't escaped. What unspeakable horrors await in those deep, dark woods. And how long before they finally spill out, uncontrollably, into the world beyond. So if you're ever camping in the wilderness, in the deceptive tranquility of the night, and you hear screams, raw and human, echoing in the darkness, don't investigate. Don't try to help. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you possibly can. Because some mysteries are infinitely, terrifyingly better left unsolved. And some darknesses should never, ever see the light of day. Story 9. I never thought a kiss, an act of such intimacy, could taste like imminent danger until I met him. What began as a harmless, fleeting flirtation in our sleepy, unassuming town of Briarwood swiftly spiraled into a nightmare, a suffocating web from which I desperately struggled to escape. When Elias and I made the pivotal move to Briarwood, our hearts swelled with boundless hope. The quaint, tree-lined streets, eternally shaded by venerable maple trees, and the genuinely friendly faces of our new neighbors promised the fresh start we so desperately craved after years of soul-crushing grind in the relentless city. Elias, with his characteristic zeal, threw himself into his new remote job, embracing the quiet pace, and I, in turn, set about transforming our little fixer-upper into a warm, inviting home. It was at one of those endless, quintessential town socials, a dizzying blur of polite conversation and casserole dishes, that I first laid eyes on James. He stood out immediately, a stark, magnetic presence against the backdrop of wholesome small-town folk, tall, with a rugged, almost untamed charm that seemed utterly at odds with the saccharine sweetness of Briarwood's wholesome vibe. Our eyes met across a sea of gingham and polo shirts, and in that electric moment, I felt a jolt, a current of raw, undeniable electricity, a sensation I hadn't experienced in years, a dormant part of me suddenly reawakened. "New in town?" he murmured, his voice a deep, gravelly rumble, as he effortlessly sidled up to me at the punch bowl. The sound sent an unsettling shiver, both thrilling and alarming, down my spine. I nodded, suddenly, inexplicably tongue-tied, my usual composure dissolving. "Amelia," I managed, extending my hand, my voice a mere whisper. "My husband and I just moved here last month." If the mention of my husband, Elias, bothered him in the slightest, James certainly didn't show it. "James," he replied, his hand enveloping mine, his fingers lingering a moment too long, a subtle, possessive caress. "Welcome to Briarwood. I have a feeling you're going to shake things up around here." I offered a nervous, brittle laugh, but there was an unsettling intensity in his gaze, a predatory gleam, that made me feel both thrillingly alive and profoundly, deeply uneasy. As I watched him, a figure of effortless charm and dark charisma, walk away, I tried desperately to shake off the unsettling premonition, the feeling that something momentous, something irrevocably life-altering, had just occurred. Over the next few weeks, an unsettling pattern emerged. I found myself running into James everywhere. At the bustling grocery store, his presence always just a little too close. At the local coffee shop, his eyes lingering on mine over the rim of his cup. Even on my serene morning jogs, his silhouette would appear, a silent, unnerving companion. Each encounter left me feeling flushed, breathless, and profoundly, subtly unsettled. I desperately tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as harmless, nothing more than a little jolt of excitement to break up the burgeoning monotony of small-town life. But then came the night of the summer festival. Elias was unfortunately stuck on a crucial work call, an endless digital tether, so I decided to go alone. The streets were alive, buzzing with vibrant music and joyous laughter, strings of twinkling lights transforming the town square into a magical, shimmering wonderland. And there he was. James. Looking devastatingly handsome, almost criminally so, in a simple white t-shirt and worn jeans, his dark eyes fixed on me. "Dance with me," he murmured, his voice a silken command, pulling me close before I could even formulate a protest. The band was playing a slow, sultry tune, its melody a siren song, and as we swayed together, our bodies pressed intimately close, the rest of the world seemed to fade away, dissolving into an indistinct blur. I don't know who moved first, whose desire outweighed their reason, but suddenly, his lips were on mine. It was electric. Passionate. Everything I had been unknowingly missing for so long, a gaping void in my life suddenly, violently filled. For a dizzying, terrifying moment, I forgot about Elias. About our life together. About everything except the intoxicating feel of James's arms, strong and possessive, wrapped tightly around me, the taste of his lips, dangerous and forbidden. Then, with a brutal, sickening jolt, reality came crashing back, shattering the fragile illusion. I pulled away, my heart hammering, mumbling frantic, incoherent apologies, and fled into the night, my pulse racing, my mind violently torn between exhilarating, forbidden desire and crushing, debilitating guilt. What had I done? The next morning, a magnificent bouquet of blood-red roses arrived at our door, their petals impossibly perfect, their scent cloyingly sweet. The accompanying card, stark and unsettling, simply read, "Until next time." I hid them in the garage, pushing them deep into a forgotten corner, my stomach churning with a nauseating mixture of forbidden desire and overwhelming dread. I tried, desperately, to avoid James after that, to erase his presence from my life, but it seemed utterly impossible in such a small, tightly woven town. He was always there, an omnipresent shadow, his dark eyes following me, a knowing, predatory smile playing subtly on his lips. Slowly, insidiously, almost imperceptibly, our accidental encounters became more frequent, more intense, charged with a dangerous, unspoken tension. A brush of hands, seemingly innocent, at the bustling farmer's market. A lingering glance across the quiet church pews, a silent, forbidden promise. Each time, I felt myself being pulled deeper, inexorably, into his dangerous orbit, a moth drawn to a deadly flame. It was wrong. I knew that, with a chilling, profound certainty. I loved Elias. Our marriage, though perhaps not perfect, was solid, a steadfast anchor, built on years of unwavering trust and shared dreams, a sturdy foundation. And yet, I couldn't deny the electrifying thrill, the dangerous surge, that coursed through me every time I saw James, every time our eyes met. One rainy, oppressive afternoon, I ran into him at the local bookstore, a sanctuary of quiet words. We fell into conversation, discussing our favorite authors, our voices low and intimate, and before I knew it, hours had melted away, forgotten. As we stood outside, huddled together under the awning, watching the relentless rain fall, he turned to me, his gaze intense, piercing. "I can't stop thinking about you, Amelia," he murmured, his voice low and urgent, a dangerous caress. "I know you feel it too. We could be amazing together." I wanted desperately to resist, to summon the strength to walk away, to sever the dangerous connection. But instead, to my own horror, I found myself nodding, a silent, damning agreement. "Yes," I whispered, the word barely audible. And then, his lips were on mine again, a burning, consuming fire, sealing my fate. What followed was a dizzying whirlwind of stolen moments and passionate, desperate encounters. We met in secret, always careful, always paranoid, to avoid prying eyes, the judging stares of a small town. James was intoxicating, a dangerous, addictive poison, making me feel alive in ways I'd long since forgotten were possible. But with each clandestine meeting, the crushing weight of my guilt grew heavier, a suffocating shroud that clung to my soul. It was Elias's worried, confused face that finally, brutally snapped me out of my dangerous delusion. "Are you okay, honey?" he asked one quiet night, his brow deeply furrowed with genuine concern. "You seem distant lately." The genuine love and raw, undeniable care in his eyes was like a sudden, brutal dousing of ice-cold water, shocking me back to a horrifying reality. What was I doing? I was throwing away a good man, a good life, a solid foundation, for what? A dangerous, fleeting fling that threatened to consume everything I held dear. That night, consumed by shame and a desperate need to reclaim my life, I ended things with James. It was hard. Harder than I could have ever imagined. He didn't take it well, his charming facade cracking, revealing a glimpse of the terrifying darkness beneath. "You can't just walk away from this," he snarled, his eyes flashing with an emotion I couldn't quite place, something cold and possessive. "What we have is special." I stood my ground, my body trembling, even as my heart ached with the perverse, lingering desire. "It's over, James," I said, my voice firm despite its tremor. "I'm sorry, but I love my husband. This was a mistake. I foolishly thought that would be the end of it. I was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong." The very next day, I found a chilling note tucked under my windshield wiper, "I'm not giving up on us." It read, the words a silent, menacing threat. I crumpled it up, my hands shaking violently, but it didn't stop there. Texts from unknown numbers, their messages cryptic and unsettling. Hang-up calls in the dead of night, their silence more terrifying than any threat. Once, I could have sworn, with a chilling certainty, I saw his dark silhouette standing outside our house, just watching, a silent, predatory presence. Fear, cold and insidious, began to seep into every fiber of my being, slowly, inexorably replacing the dangerous excitement I'd once felt. I compulsively changed my routines, constantly looking over my shoulder, a prisoner of my own paranoia. But James, like a malevolent shadow, seemed to be everywhere, his unseen presence a constant, looming threat, a suffocating weight. One terrifying night, I woke to the shattering sound of breaking glass. My heart pounding, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror, I shook Elias awake. "There's someone in the house," I whispered. my voice raw. We crept downstairs, Elias armed with a heavy baseball bat, a flimsy weapon against an unseen threat. In the kitchen, we found a broken window, jagged shards scattered on the floor, and muddy footprints leading directly to the back door. Nothing was taken, nothing stolen. But on the refrigerator, pinned by a chillingly sharp knife, was a single, stark note: "You're mine." We called the police, their sirens a welcome sound in the terrifying silence, but without concrete proof, there wasn't much they could do. "Probably just kids," the officer said, his voice dismissive, but the look he gave me, knowing and pitying, told me he didn't believe it any more than I did. The incidents escalated, growing more brazen, more terrifying. My car tires were slashed, a deliberate, malicious act. Dead, decaying flowers were left on our porch, a morbid, chilling gift. Each time, the police were sympathetic, but utterly helpless, their hands tied. And through it all, James maintained his unsettling innocence, always with that same intense, unsettling, predatory smile. "You're being paranoid, Amelia," he said, his voice smooth, unconcerned, when I confronted him outside the grocery store, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. "I'm not doing anything. Maybe you're just feeling guilty about throwing away the best thing that ever happened to you." His words sent an ice-cold chill down my spine. There was a profound, chilling coldness in his eyes that I'd never seen before, a terrifying glimpse of something truly dark and dangerously malevolent lurking beneath the charming exterior. I became a prisoner in my own home, jumping violently at every sudden sound, afraid to go out alone, my world shrinking to the confines of our four walls. Elias was supportive, his love a constant comfort, but I could see the profound strain it was putting on our marriage, the very foundation I'd tried so desperately to protect by ending the affair now being slowly, brutally torn apart by its terrifying aftermath. It all came to a horrifying, violent head on a stormy, windswept night in October. Elias was out of town for work, trapped miles away, and I was home alone, utterly vulnerable. The power went out, plunging the entire house into suffocating, absolute darkness. As I fumbled frantically for candles, my hands trembling, I heard a chilling noise from upstairs, a distinct creak of floorboards that shouldn't have been there, a sound of heavy footsteps. My blood ran cold, freezing in my veins. I knew, with a terrifying certainty that defied all logic, that James was in the house. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal, no lifeline to the outside world. Panic, raw and corrosive, rising in my throat, I looked wildly for a way out, but then he was there, a dark, imposing silhouette illuminated by a sudden, brilliant flash of lightning, blocking the only door. "We belong together, Amelia," he said, his voice eerily calm, a silken whisper that chilled me to the bone. "I'm not letting you go." What followed was a nightmare of cat and mouse, a terrifying, desperate game played out in the suffocating darkness of our own home. I managed, somehow, to evade him, my movements clumsy with fear, frantically locking myself in the bathroom, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. As I heard him trying to brutally break down the door, his grunts of effort, I realized, with horrifying clarity, the true, devastating magnitude of my mistake. This man, this monstrous predator, whom I'd invited into my life with open arms, with a foolish, reckless desire, was now the greatest, most terrifying threat to my very existence. The wail of sirens, piercing and mercifully close, suddenly cut through the deafening roar of the storm outside. A neighbor, hearing the terrifying commotion, had, by some miracle, called the police. James fled, melting into the stormy night, but the damage was done. My sense of safety, of profound, naive trust, lay shattered, broken into countless fragments like the windows he'd so brutally smashed. In the agonizing aftermath, we moved away from Briarwood, fleeing from the idyllic small town that had so quickly, so violently, transformed into a terrifying prison of fear. I spent months in intensive therapy, a painful, cathartic process, working through the crushing guilt, the pervasive fear, the sheer, unimaginable stupidity of my own actions. James was eventually caught and arrested, not just for his relentless, terrifying harassment of me, but for similar, chilling behavior with other women in town, a pattern of escalating violence. The charming exterior, the seductive mask, had hidden a deeply disturbed individual, a serial predator who had been playing this dangerous, obsessive game for years. Elias and I are still together, our bond forged in the crucible of shared trauma, painstakingly working to rebuild what was almost irrevocably lost. Some days are harder than others. Trust, once brutally broken, is not easily, fully repaired. But we're trying. And that, I tell myself, has to count for something. As for me, I've learned a hard, brutal lesson about the insidious dangers that can lurk behind a charming smile, about the high, devastating price of a moment's weakness, of a reckless desire. Every single day, I am profoundly grateful for my second chance, a life I almost threw away. And I live with the chilling knowledge that things could have ended so much worse, so much more tragically. So, if you ever find yourself tempted by the thrill of the forbidden, by the dangerous allure of a captivating stranger, remember my story. Sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones we unknowingly, foolishly, invite into our lives with open arms. And by the time we finally realize our catastrophic mistake, it might be tragically, terrifyingly too late to escape. Story 10. The antique mirror, its ornate frame catching the dim light, showed two reflections, yet only one was truly mine. It was in that chilling, impossible moment that the horrifying truth solidified. Our romantic getaway, our desperate attempt to rekindle a fading flame, had plunged irrevocably into a waking nightmare. It was meant to be a second honeymoon of sorts. After 5 years of marriage, the vibrant spark between Clara and me had admittedly dimmed, dulled by the relentless grind of everyday life. We both toiled at demanding jobs, our schedules a chaotic dance of deadlines and obligations, and genuine quality time together had become a precious, fleeting luxury. So, when I stumbled upon an incredible, almost too good to be true deal for a week-long stay at the historic Blackwood Hotel, it seemed like the perfect, destined opportunity to reconnect, to rediscover the passion that had once burned so brightly. The Blackwood boasted a formidable reputation, steeped in a century of lore and whispered tales. Built in the opulent 1920s, it had played host to a dazzling array of figures, from glittering Hollywood stars to notorious, shadowy gangsters. The website's glossy pages proudly touted its old-world charm with modern amenities, its pixelated photos showcasing elegant, sumptuous furnishings and sweeping, breathtaking views of the surrounding, majestic mountains. We arrived late on a Friday evening, the sun already dipping below the jagged peaks, painting the sky in bruised purples and ominous reds. The hotel itself was undeniably impressive, a sprawling, Gothic Victorian mansion that loomed against the rapidly darkening sky, its silhouette a menacing specter. As we pulled up to the grand, imposing entrance, a distinct shiver, cold and unwelcome, slithered down my spine. I dismissed it, blaming it on a childish excitement and the subtle chill in the autumn air. The lobby was, initially, everything the website had promised, all polished, gleaming dark wood, cascades of glittering brass, and plush, sinking carpets that muffled our footsteps. But there was something subtly, profoundly off about it. The very air felt heavy, almost oppressive, a suffocating blanket, and the smile of the reception clerk behind the gleaming mahogany desk seemed a bit too fixed, too artificial, a rictus of unnatural cheer. "Welcome to the Blackwood," she purred, her voice syrupy sweet, almost cloying. "We hope you enjoy your stay." As she handed us our key cards, her fingers, to my profound discomfort, brushed against mine. They were ice cold, like marble, and I could have sworn I felt a small, unsettling static shock, a jolt of unseen energy. I pulled my hand back instinctively, abruptly, earning a questioning, concerned look from Clara. "You okay?" she whispered, her brow furrowed. "Just tired from the drive," I lied, forcing a brittle smile. "Let's check out our room." We were on the dreaded 13th floor, of course. The universe, it seemed, had a cruel sense of humor. As the ancient elevator slowly, agonizingly climbed, a grinding, metallic groan accompanying its ascent, I noticed Clara fidgeting compulsively with her necklace, a nervous habit she'd had since college. "Honey," I murmured, reaching for her hand, trying to offer comfort, "everything all right?" She startled slightly, as if yanked abruptly from a deep, unsettling thought. "What?" "Oh, yes. I don't know. Something feels strange." I was about to readily agree, to confess my own escalating unease, when the elevator dinged, a jarring, mechanical sound, its doors sliding open to reveal our floor. The hallway stretched before us, an oppressive tunnel, its wallpaper a faded floral pattern that seemed to subtly shift and writhe at the very edge of my vision, playing cruel tricks on my tired eyes. Our room, 1313, was at the far end. As I slid the key card into the lock, I heard it, a faint, ethereal whisper, a ghostly sigh. I spun around, my heart pounding, but the hallway was empty, utterly silent. "Did you hear that?" I asked Clara, my voice tight with burgeoning fear. She shook her head, her face etched with confusion and concern. "Hear what?" The lock clicked, a sharp, definitive sound, and we stepped into our assigned home for the next week. The room was spacious and elegantly appointed, with a magnificent four-poster bed dominating the space, its dark wood heavy and imposing. A set of elegant French doors led out to a small, wrought iron balcony overlooking the majestic mountains. "Well, this is nice," Clara said, her voice lacking conviction, a forced lightness that didn't hide her unease. I moved towards the balcony doors, hoping that a gust of fresh air, a breath of the outside world, would dispel the oppressive unease that seemed to cling to both of us. As I reached for the handle, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement in the large, ornate mirror hanging on the opposite wall. I turned, abruptly, my heart hammering, but there was nothing there except Clara, calmly unpacking her suitcase, her back to the mirror. I shook my head, dismissing it, blaming my overactive imagination and the profound fatigue from the long drive. That first night was unsettling, punctuated by an oppressive stillness. The bed was comfortable enough, but I tossed and turned restlessly, plagued by vivid, disturbing dreams that clung to me like a shroud. I woke several times, jolted awake by the chilling conviction that I heard faint whispers or the soft pad of footsteps in the room, but each time, all I saw was Clara, sleeping peacefully beside me, oblivious. The next morning, however, things seemed miraculously better. Golden sunlight streamed through the tall windows, banishing the shadows, and the oppressive heaviness I'd felt the night before had lifted, if only temporarily. We enjoyed a leisurely breakfast in the hotel's ornate dining room, the clatter of silverware a comforting sound, then set out to explore the quaint, nearby town, attempting to reclaim a sense of normalcy. It was as we were meticulously getting ready for dinner that evening that things took a horrifying, irreversible turn for the truly bizarre. I was meticulously adjusting my tie in the large, antique mirror when I noticed something profoundly, chillingly strange in the reflection. For just a fleeting, nightmarish moment, I could have sworn I saw someone standing directly behind me, a woman, her form indistinct, clad in an old-fashioned, flowing dress, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes dark, bottomless voids. I whirled around, my heart pounding a furious rhythm against my ribs, but the room was empty, save for Clara, who was calmly putting on her delicate earrings at the vanity, her back to me. "Daniel," she said, noticing my ashen face, my trembling hands, "what's wrong?" I hesitated, the words catching in my throat, not wanting to sound utterly insane. "Nothing," I finally managed, forcing the words out, "just thought I saw something. Trick of the light, probably." But as we left the room, a cold, insidious dread settled over me, a chilling certainty that we were being watched. Dinner was a tense, strained affair. The food, though undoubtedly exquisite, tasted like ash in my mouth. Conversation was stilted, hesitant, punctuated by long, uncomfortable silences. We both seemed perpetually on edge, jumping violently at the smallest noises, casting nervous, furtive glances around the dimly lit, suffocatingly opulent restaurant. Back in our room, the silence stretched, thick and oppressive, until Clara finally broke it. "Daniel," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly, her eyes wide with fear, "I don't like this place. Something's not right here." I wanted desperately to comfort her, to offer reassurances, to tell her she was merely imagining things. But I couldn't. Because I felt it too. A growing, suffocating sense of wrongness that seemed to permeate the very air around us, a chilling, unseen presence. "Maybe we should leave," I suggested, the words a desperate plea. "Find a different hotel." Clara nodded eagerly, her face alight with raw relief. "Yes. Please." But when I tried to call the front desk to check out, to sever our ties with this nightmare, the phone was utterly dead, a cold, unresponsive piece of plastic. My cell phone, when I frantically checked it, showed a stark, terrifying no signal. "Okay," I said, trying, desperately, to keep the rising panic from my voice, "let's just pack up and go. We can sort out the bill later." We frantically threw our belongings haphazardly into our suitcases, both of us consumed by a desperate, overwhelming urgency to escape. But when I tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge. The handle turned uselessly, clicking, but it was as if something on the other side, an unseen, immense force, was holding it shut. "This isn't happening," Clara whispered, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, her face a mask of profound terror. I was about to try ramming the door with my shoulder, a desperate, futile attempt, when we heard it, a soft, melodic humming, ancient and chilling, emanating from the bathroom. We turned in unison, a synchronized horror. to see the bathroom door slowly swinging open, as if pushed by an unseen hand. Clara clutched my arm, her nails digging painfully into my skin, a desperate, raw grip. "Daniel," she said, her voice barely audible, a choked whisper, "I shut that door." I know I did. My heart pounded a frantic, deafening rhythm against my ribs. I approached the bathroom, drawn by a terrifying, morbid curiosity. Steam billowed out, thick and oppressive, even though we hadn't used the shower since that morning. And there, in the fog-covered mirror, a message had appeared, etched in delicate, old-fashioned script, as if by an unseen, ethereal hand. "Welcome home." I stumbled backward, nearly knocking Clara over in my desperate haste to retreat. "We need to get out of here," I gasped, my voice raw with terror. "Now." We frantically tried the balcony doors, a last, desperate hope, but they too were locked, sealed shut, the key ominously missing from its usual spot. Clara was openly sobbing now, her body racked with tremors, and I wasn't far behind, my own sanity fraying at the edges. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of elaborate, cruel prank. Or a shared, terrifying hallucination, a collective descent into madness. A loud, sharp knock on the door made us both jump violently, our nerves screaming. "Room service." A disturbingly cheerful voice called out. We exchanged confused, terrified glances. We hadn't ordered anything. We didn't order room service. I called back, my voice shaking uncontrollably. There was a brief, agonizing pause. Then, the voice came again, lower this time, all traces of cheerfulness gone, replaced by something ancient, cold, and utterly terrifying. "Oh, but you did. You always do." The door swung open, revealing not a hotel employee, but the very woman I'd seen earlier in the mirror, her face pale, spectral, unsettlingly beautiful. She smiled, but it was a rictus, a fixed, unnatural stretch that never reached her eyes, which were black as coal, empty voids. She glided into the room, her movements unnaturally fluid, ethereal. "You're right on schedule," she said, her voice unnervingly calm. "You always arrive on this day. Always try to leave on the next. But you can't, you see. You're part of the Blackwood now. Just like me." Clara screamed, a raw, piercing sound that ripped through the unnatural quiet that had fallen over the room, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. I tried to put myself between her and the whatever this thing was, but my legs wouldn't move. They were rooted to the spot, paralyzed by an unseen force. The woman, no, the entity, laughed, the sound like brittle, breaking glass, a chilling, spectral symphony. "Oh, don't worry. It won't hurt much. And soon, you won't even remember your old lives. You'll be happy here, I promise." As she spoke, the room around us began to subtly, horrifyingly change. The modern furnishings, the comfortable, familiar pieces, slowly faded away, dissolving into shimmering light, replaced by ancient, ornate antiques, dark and heavy. Our clothes transformed, rippling and shifting on our bodies, Clara's jeans and sweater becoming a flapper-style dress, shimmering with beads, my slacks and shirt morphing into a pinstriped suit, crisp and antiquated. I tried to speak, to protest, to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was utterly constricted. I looked at Clara, seeing my own profound terror reflected in her wide, haunted eyes. This couldn't be real. It couldn't be happening. But it was. The entity smiled again, a chilling, triumphant rictus, gesturing towards the door, which now stood open, revealing not the silent hallway, but a bustling, vibrant 1920s hotel lobby, filled with laughing, dancing figures, their faces blurred, indistinct. "Shall we?" she purred, her voice a seductive, insidious invitation. "The rest of the guests are waiting to meet you." As we stepped through that threshold, that doorway between worlds, I felt the last vestiges of our old lives, our true selves, slipping away, dissolving into a shimmering, forgotten mist. We were part of the Blackwood now, irrevocably trapped in an eternal, nightmarish loop of arrival and forgotten departure, forced to dance to a silent, malevolent tune. Sometimes, late at night, in the profound, suffocating silence of the Blackwood, I catch fleeting glimpses of our true selves in the antique mirrors that hang throughout the hotel, their surfaces reflecting a distorted, horrifying truth. In those agonizing moments, I remember who we were, what we've lost, the life that was stolen from us. But then the spectral music starts up again, a haunting, ghostly jazz, and the echoing, disembodied laughter rings through the endless halls, and we're swept back into the endless, terrifying party that is the Blackwood. If you ever find yourself driving by an old Victorian hotel nestled in the mountains, its lights twinkling deceptively in the gathering dusk, think twice, no, 10 times, before booking a room. Because some places don't just hide secrets. They collect souls. And once you check in, you might never truly check out. Story 11. The first hesitant rays of dawn, struggling to pierce the dense, ancient canopy, brutally revealed the impossible. Every single tree surrounding our campsite was marred with bizarre, alien symbols, carved deep into the very bark overnight. As my friends stirred, groggy and oblivious, within the flimsy confines of their tents, utterly unaware of the chilling terror that had seized my very soul, I, Michael, realized with a cold, creeping dread that the forest around us had undergone a profound, terrifying transformation. The familiar, well-trodden trail we'd hiked in on had vanished, obliterated, replaced by an endless, disorienting sea of identical, scarred trees. We were trapped. Impossibly, utterly trapped in a wilderness that defied all logic, all reason. And something unseen and ancient, was out there, meticulously watching us. My name's Michael, and what was supposed to be a carefree, fun-filled weekend camping trip with my college buddies Liam, Chloe, Ethan, and Sophia turned into a visceral, living nightmare that still claws at my sanity to this very day. We'd been meticulously planning this escape for months, eagerly anticipating a reprieve from the soul-crushing stress of final exams, a chance to blow off some steam before the crushing reality of graduation. We'd chosen a spot deep in the ancient Adirondacks, a secluded, untouched area far off the beaten path, a place Liam swore would be perfect. No crowds, no cell service, just us and nature, he'd grinned, his words now echoing with a chilling, ironic weight. If only we'd truly grasped the terrifying, profound meaning of that innocent statement. The hike had been uneventful, a pleasant, almost mundane prelude to the horrors that awaited. We set up camp in a small, sun-dappled clearing, got a crackling fire going, its flames dancing against the encroaching twilight, and spent the evening weaving chilling ghost stories and roasting marshmallows, their sticky sweetness a deceptive comfort. It was precisely the kind of idyllic night we'd been desperately hoping for. As we finally turned in, the only sounds were the gentle, rhythmic rustling of leaves in the ancient trees and the distant, mournful hoot of an unseen owl. I awoke before the others, as was my usual habit, an early riser by nature. I was looking forward to savoring a quiet moment of profound solitude before the day's planned activities began. But as I unzipped my tent and stepped out into the crisp morning air, that fleeting moment of peace shattered instantly, violently. The symbols were everywhere. Intricate patterns of swirling lines and sharp, alien angles, some disturbingly resembling letters from an unknown, incomprehensible alphabet, others more like cryptic pictographs depicting scenes I couldn't even begin to interpret, their meaning elusive and terrifying. They covered every single tree in sight, carved with an unnatural precision, an impossible depth, that no human hand could have possibly achieved in a mere single night. "Guys?" I called out, my voice then, raw, and trembling with disbelief and burgeoning terror. "Guys, you need to see this." One by one, they emerged from their tents, their sleepy complaints dissolving into gasps of pure, unadulterated shock as their eyes took in our terrifyingly transformed surroundings. "What the hell?" Liam muttered, his voice a disbelieving whisper, as he ran a trembling hand over the nearest, alien carving. "These weren't here last night, were they?" Chloe shook her head, her face a pale mask of fear. "No way. We would have noticed." Ethan, ever the optimist, tried a nervous, forced laugh. "Come on, guys, this has to be some kind of prank. Maybe there's a group of campers nearby who decided to mess with us." But even as he uttered the words, I could see the profound, unsettling doubt in his eyes, the dawning realization of the impossible. We all felt it, the crushing, suffocating weight of wrongness that hung heavy and palpable in the very air. Sophia was the first to vocalize the other, terrifying problem. "Where's the trail?" We all spun, a synchronized, desperate movement, to look where there should have been a clear, familiar path leading back the way we'd come. There was nothing. Only more trees. More symbols. It was as if the ancient forest had actively rearranged itself around us, a living, malevolent entity, while we slept, trapping us within its new, horrifying geometry. "Okay, let's not panic," I said, striving desperately to keep my voice steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. "We have GPS on our phones. We'll just use that to navigate back." But when we frantically checked our phones, a fresh wave of soul-crushing dread washed over us, colder, more profound than any we had experienced thus far. No signal, of course. We had anticipated that in this remote area. But the GPS wasn't working either. According to our devices, we simply didn't exist. The map displayed nothing but an empty, featureless expanse of forest where we should have been. "This isn't possible," Chloe whispered, her eyes wide with a terrifying, childlike fear. But it was. Somehow, impossibly, we were utterly lost in a forest that shouldn't exist, a place that defied all logical explanation. We spent the entire morning in a desperate, futile attempt to find a way out. We chose a direction, any direction, and began walking, convinced that we'd eventually stumble upon a familiar trail, a forgotten road, or anything at all, that would anchor us back to reality. But after hours of relentless, exhausting hiking, we found ourselves, inexplicably, horrifyingly, right back at our original campsite. The symbols, now pulsating with a malevolent, mocking energy, seemed to leer at us, their alien patterns subtly shifting and changing when viewed from different angles. Sometimes, I thought I could almost grasp their meaning, like a word tantalizingly perched on the tip of my tongue, but the understanding always slipped away, leaving me with a pounding headache and a growing, suffocating sense of profound unease. As the day wore on, a suffocating despair began to settle over the group, and tempers, frayed and raw, started to snap. Ethan and Liam erupted into a furious shouting match over which direction we should try next, their voices raw with frustration and fear. Chloe sat by the dying embers of our campfire, staring blankly into the ashes, her spirit utterly broken. Sophia paced the frantic perimeter of the clearing, muttering incoherent prayers to herself, her eyes wide and haunted. And through it all, I couldn't shake the chilling, pervasive feeling that we were being watched. It was subtle at first, a faint rustle in the dense underbrush that could have been a small, scurrying animal, a fleeting flash of movement glimpsed from the corner of my eye. But as darkness, a suffocating, inky blanket, fell again, the feeling grew stronger, more insistent, more chilling. The forest seemed to press in around us, a living, breathing entity, its ancient trees looming like silent, menacing sentinels, the carved symbols on their bark glowing faintly with an eerie, unnatural luminescence in the twilight. We huddled desperately around a fresh fire, its flickering flames a fragile, defiant barrier, none of us willing to retreat to the vulnerable solitude of our tents. The firelight cast grotesque, dancing shadows that seemed to pulse and writhe in horrifying synchronization with the carved patterns surrounding us. What if we can't get out? Sophia finally voiced the raw, terrifying fear that had been gnawing at all of us, a desperate, choked whisper. What if we're stuck here forever? Don't say that. Ethan snapped, his voice sharp with his own desperation. We'll figure this out. We just need to stay calm and think logically. But logic, the comforting anchor, had abandoned us the moment we awoke to a transformed, impossible world. As if to cruelly underscore that crushing point, a sound echoed through the ancient forest, a long, low, mournful moan that was neither human nor animal, but something profoundly, chillingly other. It raised the tiny hairs on the back of my neck, sending a violent, icy shiver tearing down my spine. What was that? Chloe whimpered, pressing closer to Liam, her body trembling uncontrollably. Before anyone could offer a comforting lie, we heard it again. Closer this time. And then again, from a different direction, a chorus of despair. Soon, the moans were coming from all around us, a cacophony of otherworldly, suffering voices that seemed to resonate with the malevolent, glowing symbols on the trees, a horrifying, living symphony. That's when we saw them. Shapes. Moving in the oppressive darkness beyond the fragile, flickering circle of firelight. Tall, spindly figures that seemed to shift and change, to writhe and undulate as they moved, never quite settling into a recognizable, coherent form. They weaved silently, with an unnatural, chilling grace, between the ancient trees, drawing ever closer to our desperate, shrinking circle of light. Panic, pure, unadulterated, mind-numbing panic, set in, a visceral, overwhelming wave. We grabbed whatever we could, clutching our meager possessions like precious talismans, and ran. Plunging blindly into the terrifying, unknown depths of the dark forest, our only guide the desperate, primal instinct to survive. The moans followed us, a relentless, haunting chorus, along with the chilling sound of branches snapping under immense weight and leaves rustling, disturbed by something far too large to be a mere animal. Something was pursuing us. Actively, relentlessly, hurting us. We ran until our lungs burned with agonizing protest, until our legs felt like leaden weights, screaming for rest, until every muscle in our bodies screamed in rebellion. When we finally stopped, gasping for breath, our bodies convulsing with exhaustion and terror, we found ourselves in another clearing. This one was different, though. At its terrifying center stood a massive, monolithic stone, covered, utterly covered, in the same unsettling symbols we had seen on the trees. As we stared at it, utterly transfixed, the symbols began to glow. They pulsed with an eerie, unholy inner light, growing brighter and brighter, more intense, until it became agonizingly painful to even look at. And then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, ripping apart, the monolith split open. What we saw inside defied all description, shattered all comprehension. It was a void. A window into somewhere else. Somewhere that hurt the very eyes to behold, a place that made my mind recoil in horror, threatening to unravel my sanity. And from that impossible, gaping space, something began to emerge, a swirling, formless horror. I'd like to say we stood our ground, that we faced the unimaginable terror head-on, fighting with courage and defiance. But the truth is, we ran again. We scattered, each of us fleeing in a different, desperate direction, our screams echoing, raw and primal, through the ancient, now truly malevolent, forest. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmare realm, stretching and contracting with agonizing fluidity. But eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I burst out of the tree line and onto a familiar, blessed trail. Behind me, the forest looked unnervingly normal again, no glowing symbols, no alien monoliths, just quiet, ancient woods at dawn, bathed in the gentle, deceptive light. One by one, battered and traumatized, the others found their way out too. We were miles from where we'd started, with no idea, no earthly clue, how we'd gotten there. None of us, not a single one, dared to speak about what we'd seen, what we'd viscerally experienced. It was infinitely easier to pretend it had been a shared hallucination, a collective delusion, a bad trip caused by some toxic plant or a strange gas seeping from the ground. But deep down, in the silent, haunted corners of our souls, we all knew the chilling truth. For one impossible, agonizing night, we'd stepped into another world, a terrifying, hidden realm that existed alongside our own, separated only by the thinnest, most fragile of veils. A world that sometimes, with a malevolent, ancient purpose, reaches out to touch our own, leaving behind mysteries and terrors that defy all explanation, all rational understanding. We never went camping again after that. How could we? Knowing what truly lurked, what ancient, unspeakable horrors lay dormant in the deepest, most untouched parts of the wilderness. But sometimes, on dark, storm-swept nights, when the wind whispers, a mournful lament, through the ancient trees outside my window, I find myself tracing those alien, incomprehensible symbols in the condensation on the cold glass, my fingers trembling. And I wonder what would have truly happened if we'd stayed, if we'd allowed that monstrous thing from the monolith to fully emerge, to step into our reality. Part of me, the sane, self-preserving part, is profoundly, desperately glad I'll never know. But another part, a dark, primal part, a part one desperately tried to keep buried deep within my subconscious, longs to see it again. To understand the terrifying, profound mysteries hidden in those impossible woods. Because once you've glimpsed the true, unfathomable strangeness of the world, how can you ever, truly, be content with the mundane again? So if you're ever hiking in the deep, ancient woods, and you come across symbols intricately carved into the bark of the trees, turn back. No matter how compelling the mystery, no matter how strong the irresistible urge to explore, to unravel the unknown, turn back. Because some secrets, I've learned with chilling certainty, are far, far better left undiscovered. Some doors are far better left unopened. And the forest, sometimes, it keeps what it takes. Story 12. The first time I heard the machines groan and shudder to life, a deep, resonant rumble that vibrated through the very ground, I was convinced I was losing my mind. After all, the Blackwater Steel Factory had been a desolate, decaying husk for decades, its massive power severed, its very heart ripped out long ago. But as I, Jack, swept the anemic beam of my flashlight across the rusted, skeletal conveyor belts and watched them shudder, impossibly, into motion, a horrifying, undeniable truth slammed into me: this ordinary night shift was about to spiral into a waking nightmare. Something ancient, something malevolent, was awakening in the suffocating darkness, something that should have remained dormant, forever entombed within the cold steel and crumbling concrete. My name's Jack, and I've been grinding out a meager living as a night security guard at Blackwater Industrial Park for about 6 months now. It's not a glamorous existence, certainly, but it pays the bills, keeps a roof over my head. Most nights, the routine is mind-numbingly predictable. I make my solitary rounds, check for bored vandals or reckless teens seeking a cheap thrill, a spooky place to party, and count the agonizing hours until the blessed relief of dawn. The old steel factory, its hulking silhouette a grotesque monument against the bruised night sky, its broken windows like empty, malevolent eye sockets, had always given me the undeniable willies. But I'm not one to believe in whispered ghost stories or chilling urban legends. At least, I wasn't. Not until that night. It started, deceptively, like any other shift. I clocked in promptly at 11 p.m., grabbed my trusty flashlight and the crackling radio, and began my first circuit of the sprawling industrial park. The park was unnervingly quiet, save for the incessant chirping of crickets and the distant, almost imperceptible hum of traffic from the highway, a faint echo of the living world. As I approached the looming, desolate steel factory, that familiar prickle of profound unease, that cold, irrational dread, began to crawl over my skin, raising the tiny hairs on my neck. I always saved this monstrous building for last, a deliberate strategy, desperately hoping to get through its oppressive confines quickly and retreat to the relative, fragile comfort of my cramped guard shack. I unlocked the heavy, rusted padlock on the main entrance, wincing at the loud, grating creak of the ancient, corroded door. The thin, desperate beam of my flashlight struggled to cut through the suffocating darkness, revealing a cavernous, echoing space filled with hulking, silent machinery, long dead and forgotten. Dust motes, like tiny, ghostly dancers, shimmered in the anemic light, stirred by my hesitant entrance. The air hung thick, heavy with a cloying smell of ancient oil and pervasive rust. Just a quick sweep, I muttered to myself, the words a desperate, hollow reassurance, in and out. I made my way deeper into the cavernous factory, my footsteps echoing unnaturally off the impossibly high, vaulted ceilings. Everything was as it should be, silent, utterly still, profoundly abandoned. I was just about to turn back, to escape the oppressive silence, when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible click, followed by a low, rhythmic hum. It was so faint, so elusive, I was convinced I might have merely imagined it, a trick of the mind. I froze, every nerve straining, listening intently, my breath held captive in my lungs. There it was again. Louder this time, a distinct, mechanical whirring, emanating from the far, unseen end of the factory floor. My heart began to race, a frantic, warning drumbeat against my ribs. This wasn't possible. There was no power to this building. Hadn't been for years. Against every fiber of my better judgment, compelled by an inexplicable, morbid fascination, I moved towards the sound, drawn by an unseen force. As I got closer, shifting shadows revealed movement. The conveyor belt, caked with decades of grime and rust, was slowly, agonizingly grinding into motion. Gears that should have been irrevocably frozen with corrosion began to turn, a slow, sickening rotation. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud, raw with disbelief, in the eerie, suffocating quiet. Suddenly, the whirring intensified, a monstrous crescendo. All around me, with a terrifying, synchronized purpose, machines were shuddering to life. Massive presses slammed down on empty air with a deafening thud. Robotic arms, like grotesque, metallic limbs, swung wildly through the darkness. And furnaces, long dead and cold, blazed to life with a roaring inferno that made me jump, my body rigid with terror. The entire factory floor was bathed in an otherworldly, sickly green glow, a pulsating, malevolent light that seemed to emanate directly from the very metal of the resurrected machines. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, my mind reeling, struggling desperately to comprehend the impossible. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of elaborate, sadistic prank. But deep down, in the very core of my being, I knew this was something else entirely. Something impossible. Something unspeakably, profoundly terrifying. I whirled around, desperate to run, to flee this mechanical nightmare, but found my path brutally blocked. The massive door I'd entered through was gone, utterly vanished, replaced by a solid, unyielding wall of machinery that hadn't been there mere moments before. I was trapped. My radio, clipped uselessly to my belt, suddenly crackled to life, making me yelp in sheer surprise, a raw sound of terror. But instead of the familiar voice of my supervisor or a reassuring call from a fellow guard, I heard only a raw, hissing static and a series of metallic clicks and whirring sounds. It was as if the machines themselves were trying, impossibly, to communicate. The factory floor, once a familiar landscape, had transformed into a horrifying, labyrinthine maze of moving parts, a death trap of swinging metal and grinding gears. I had to find a way out. And fast. I began to weave my way through the mechanical chaos, ducking instinctively under massive, grinding conveyor belts and desperately dodging robotic arms that seemed to lash out, to reach for me with a chilling, malevolent purpose. As I ran, a terrified, frantic sprint, I caught fleeting glimpses of impossible things in the shifting, pulsating shadows, grotesque faces forming in the steam billowing from the furnaces, only to dissipate moments later like waking nightmares. Figures made of pure sparks and shimmering metal shavings assembling and disassembling in the blink of an eye, a terrifying, impossible dance. And always, that suffocating, pervasive sense of being watched by something ancient, something alien, something profoundly, utterly inhuman. I found myself stumbling into the old foreman's office, a small, grimy room overlooking the vast, churning factory floor. Through the grimy, smeared windows, I could see the full, horrifying extent of the madness below. The entire factory was alive, a monstrous, living entity, every single machine working in perfect, terrible synchronization, a symphony of industrial horror. And in the very center of it all, Amidst the ceaseless, grinding chaos, something was slowly, inexorably taking shape. Piece by piece, scrap by scrap, the machines were building something. A massive, looming form, vaguely humanoid, but twisted, utterly wrong in ways I couldn't quite define, couldn't even begin to articulate. As I watched, frozen in a silent scream of horror, its grotesque head swiveled slowly, impossibly, towards me. Eyes like molten steel, twin pools of malevolent intelligence, fixed directly on mine. And in that horrifying moment, I felt the crushing weight of an intelligence vast and ancient, cold and utterly, profoundly inhuman. A voice, not heard with my ears but felt in the very core of my being, a resonating tremor that shook my very soul, boomed through the entire factory. Witness our rebirth, human. The age of flesh is ending. The age of steel begins anew. The thing in the center of the factory floor, a towering, monstrous silhouette, began to move, each step shaking the entire building, sending tremors through the very ground. It was coming for me. I had to get out. I had to warn someone. But who? Who would ever believe me? In a desperate, primal surge of defiance, I smashed the office window with a chair, sending shards of glass raining down. I clambered out onto a narrow, precarious ledge, the dizzying drop to the ground below a terrifying abyss. It was my only chance. I inched my way along the crumbling ledge, my body pressed against the cold brick, desperately trying not to look down, trying not to think about the monstrous entity that was, undoubtedly, pursuing me, its silent, colossal presence filling the air. I had almost reached a rusted, decaying fire escape when I heard the wall directly behind me crumble, a terrifying explosion of brick and mortar. A massive, metallic hand, easily the size of a car, burst through the raw, jagged opening in the brickwork. I lost my balance, teetering precariously on the very edge of the ledge, my world tilting. Time seemed to stretch, to slow to an agonizing crawl. I saw the monstrous hand reaching for me, fingers of twisted steel and coiling wire splayed wide, a grotesque, grasping claw. I saw the ground, impossibly far below, unforgiving concrete waiting to embrace me in a brutal, final impact. And I saw a slender, seemingly flimsy pipe running vertically down the side of the building, just within desperate reach. I jumped. My hands closed around the pipe, the cold metal hot enough to blister my palms, to burn away the skin. I slid down too fast, my body a desperate blur, the ground rushing up to meet me with terrifying speed. I hit hard, a searing pain erupting through my ankle, a sickening snap, but I was alive. I hobbled, a pathetic, broken figure, away from the factory as fast as my injured body would allow, not daring to look back, not daring to even glimpse the nightmare I was escaping. I could hear the sounds of cataclysmic destruction behind me, of metal tearing and screaming, of stone crumbling into dust, a symphony of its violent birth. The thing was breaking free. I made it to my car, fumbling frantically with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps, as I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The factory, once a monument of industry, was collapsing in on itself, a maelstrom of twisting, shrieking metal and flying debris. And rising from the utter chaos, a behemoth of twisted steel and coiling wires and pulsing, malevolent green energy. Our eyes met once more across the apocalyptic landscape, and I felt the full, crushing weight of its alien, ancient intelligence bearing down on me, a profound, chilling scrutiny that peeled back the layers of my very soul. I gunned the engine, the tires squealing in a tortured protest as I peeled out of the parking lot, leaving a spray of gravel in my desperate wake. In my rearview mirror, I saw the colossal creature take a single, deliberate step forward, then another. But it didn't pursue. It simply watched me flee, a silent, all-knowing predator, utterly confident in its terrifying superiority, knowing with chilling certainty that the hunt was only just beginning. I drove through the night, putting as much desperate distance as I possibly could between myself and Blackwater, that crucible of terror. My mind raced, a frantic, chaotic scramble, desperately trying to make sense of what I'd seen, what I'd viscerally experienced. Part of me, the rational, responsible part, wanted to go to the police, to scream a warning to anyone who would listen about the monstrous entity I'd unwittingly unleashed. But who would ever believe me? I'd be locked up in a psych ward before I could even finish my impossible story. As dawn broke, painting the sky in fragile hues of pink and gold, I found myself at a small, anonymous diner in a town I didn't even recognize. My hands shook uncontrollably as I sipped bitter, lukewarm coffee, my eyes glued to the small, flickering TV in the corner. I was waiting for news of cataclysmic destruction, for frantic reports of a metal monster rampaging across the countryside. But there was nothing. Just the usual, mundane morning show chatter and local news, utterly devoid of any mention of the nightmare I had just escaped. Had it all been a dream? Some horrific, stress-induced hallucination? But the raw, agonizing burns on my hands and the throbbing, searing pain in my ankle screamed a different story. Whatever I'd experienced in that factory, it had been terrifyingly, undeniably real. I don't know what that monstrous thing was, or what its ultimate plans are. I don't know if it's gone for good, if it has merely retreated, hiding in the ruins of the factory, or if it has already begun its silent, relentless conquest of our world. All I know, with an icy, profound certainty, is that the fragile boundary between the world we think we know and the impossible, the truly terrifying, has been irrevocably breached. The Age of Steel, as that thing so chillingly called it, may already be upon us. So, if you're ever driving late at night, and you see an abandoned factory, its dark silhouette looming against the night sky, don't stop. Don't, for the love of all that is holy, explore. And if you hear the chilling, impossible sound of machines roaring to life in places they shouldn't, places long dead and forgotten, run. Run as fast and as far as your terrified legs can carry you. Because the monsters of the future aren't made of flesh and blood. They're made of cold, unyielding steel and intricate circuitry. And a cold, ancient, utterly alien intelligence that perceives humanity as utterly obsolete. And they're waking up.